am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Top of the morning to our lovely viewers across Nigeria. Welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us today. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. Banks' credit to private sector drops to 77.8 trillion naira in May. SEC labels Forceman and Bountiful's Limited as Ponzi scheme. Former President Buhari committed to Mother Earth in Daura, Katsina State in Nigeria. Court says Trump cannot bar refugees from entering United States with travel ban. Liverpool rejects £58 million Bayern Munich bid for Diaz. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Central Bank of Nigeria has revealed that credit has extended to the private sector by commercial banks recorded marginal decline to 77.8 trillion naira in May 2025. According to the CBN report, this represents a 0.3% month-on-month decrease, representing 260 billion naira drop from the 78.8 trillion naira recorded in April. On a yearly basis, credit to the sector however increased by 4.7%, representing a 3.5 trillion naira rise from 74.3 trillion naira recorded in the same period of 2024. Data from FBN Quest shows that the credit extension averaged around 2% growth over the first 5 months of 2025, marking a significant slowdown compared to the 75% average growth recorded in the corresponding period of the previous year. The Apex Bank added that the moderation aligns with the CBN's continued tight monetary policy aimed at achieving price stability. Moving on, Nigeria's Securities and Exchange Commission has labeled the activities of Forsman and Boniface Limited, also known as FMB, as a Ponzi scheme with obvious criminal intent, warning Nigerians to refrain from any form of deals with the platform paraded by its promoters as the Nigerian branch of a Swedish advertising company. According to the SEC in a July 14 notice, the promoters of this fraudulent Nigerian entity go about promising Nigerians automatic employment in the company as compensation for recruiting more members who are lured to pay various sums of money for various positions in the company. The Commission says preliminary investigations reveal that Forsman and Boniface Limited has been actively promoted on social media platforms and online forums, while its operations exhibit the typical indicators of a fraudulent scheme. The investing public is further advised to verify the status of companies and entities offering investment opportunities on the Commission's dedicated portal. Still on, Nigeria's former President Muhammadu Buhari has been committed to Mother Earth in his hometown of Daura, Katsina State in northwest Nigeria. The retired general of the Nigerian Army, former state military governor of Old Borno State and commissioner for petroleum resources was committed to the earth after a full military complement in a state funeral concluded at his residence in GRA along Mayadua in Daura on Tuesday, 15th of April. The former president was lowered into his grave with a 21-gun salute by a detachment of military personnel after a citation was read by Chief of Defense Staff General Christopher Gwabin Musa. The lowering of the corpse of this late president into grave was presided by President Bola Tinubu and the Vice President Kashim Shettima, with the family members and Governor of Katsina State, Diko Rada. To end the local news, the World Health Organization has revealed that more than 14 million children did not receive a single vaccine last year, with Nigeria accounting for the largest share. The report shows that 9 countries accounted for more than half of those unprotected children, with Nigeria recording 2.1 million zero-dose children. Other countries on the list include India, Sudan, DR Congo, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Yemen, Afghanistan, Angola, and Pakistan. The report shows that in 2024, 89% of infants globally, about 115 million, received at least one dose of the diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis containing vaccine, while 85%, roughly 109 million, completed all 3 doses. And on the foreign scene, a United States federal judge has ruled that the president of the administration of President Donald Trump cannot block approved refugees from entering the country under the guise of a wider travel ban. United States District Judge Jamal Whitehead ruled late on Monday that Trump's June order barring people from 12 countries from entering the United States expressly states that it will not stop people from seeking refugee status. In his words, the proclamation by plain terms excludes refugees from its scope, ordering the administration to continue processing a group of 80 refugees who had already been through vetting and presumptively protected refugees who were nonetheless turned back due to the travel ban. Also, Israel says it bombs Syrian government forces around Suwaida as they enter the predominantly Druze city following 2 days of deadly sectarian clashes. According to reports, about 200 people have been killed since the fighting between Druze militias and Bedouin tribes erupting on Sunday. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu revealed that he had ordered strikes on forces and weapons in the Suwaida areas. The government intended to use them against the Druze. Syria has reportedly condemned Israel's involvement, insisting that the strikes had resulted in the death of members of the armed forces and civilians. And now to sports, Liverpool have rejected a £58.6 million opening offer from Bayern Munich for forward Luis Diaz. Reports reveal that the German club approached Liverpool earlier this month, but were told Diaz was not up for sale. The position was, however, reinforced on Tuesday, the 15th of July, as Liverpool turned down the Bundesliga side first bid for the 28-year-old Colombia international. They had scored 22 goals for club and country last season, with 13 of those in the Premier League, as Liverpool won the title by 10 points, attracting interest from Manchester City last summer and Saudi Arabia. To end the local news, Napoli President Aurelio De Laurentiis and his son Edo Laurentiis have been reportedly received death threats from an alleged Galatasaray fan over the club's handling of Victor Osimhen's transfer negotiations. Italian sports outlets reported that a WhatsApp message was sent to Edo De Laurentiis by an individual claiming to be part of the Turkish mafia, warning him to let Osimhen go. This message, made public by Turkish journalist Samet Taish, included chilling threat directed at both father and son, pressuring them to approve Osimhen's permanent move to Galatasaray. The Nigerian striker spent last season on loan at Galatasaray, delivering 45 goals, contributions in 41 games, including 37 goals and 8 assists. All that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the news for a review. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
How is BAT adapting to the new, economic reforms in Nigeria?
First of all, I would like to say that BAT has been established in Nigeria for more than 100 years. We set up a factory in 2003, state-of-the-art factory, which we spent more than $185 million on since its inception. And so we're very well established in Nigeria. I would like to say we've seen a lot, and I don't want to say we've seen it all because you never know what's coming next. But of the last few years, I think I've been an MD in Nigeria, by the way, for the last 9 years. So I was here during COVID, I was here during the cash crunch, I was here during the government, there was an excise shock, then the new government have come in, etc. And I think that the new government, I have to commend the new government on the policies that they put in. They've taken some bold decisions, and they were probably long overdue, and that's why it caused quite a lot of short-term economic pain, both for the man on the street and for businesses as well. But we're starting to see some green shoots, coming out now. You have a stability in the naira. You have a reduction in inflation. You have fuel prices moderating. So it was a very difficult period. And me as an MD of the company, I used to spend 50% of my time managing the company and 50% explaining what we're trying to explain to head office what was happening in the market. But now I think that the policies have become more consistent. And I feel that there's a renewed sense of optimism in the market across the different industries, and that's why we're very optimistic about the future of Nigeria, and that's why we're fully established and we're here to stay.
Okay, so BAT is known for their strong governance practices globally.
Sure.
How are you localizing these principles to fit into the Nigerian business environment as well?
Sure. So the Nigerian business environment has always been very complex from a governance perspective. One of our key values in BAT is do the right thing. So what does that mean? It means, essentially, we have global standards of business conduct, which every employee attests to. We do training, annual training, if not every 6 months, on business ethics, on leadership, and on all of the standards of the business conduct policies that we have within BAT. We ensure that the managers and the entirety of our employees are exposed, globally to those standards as well. And we make sure we pride ourselves that all of our operations, our people deliver, good quality products with best practices, but with integrity first and foremost.
Okay, sir. So I'm sure you've had a very wonderful time today at the event. I would like to get what's your key takeaway from today's event?
Yeah, I think first of all, congratulations on BusinessDay for such an amazing event, bringing together a cross-function of private sector and government. I do feel, I think it's an optimistic, feeling that I have leaving this event. Because often, it's very easy to criticize the environment that we operate in, government policies and so forth. But, we're starting to see the benefits of these reforms, and the future is looking a lot more optimistic. So I think it's a great knowledge sharing event, but it's almost, I get that there's a sense of a celebration of more optimistic times to come.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. How is BAT adapting to the new, economic reforms in Nigeria?
Fellow Nigerians, first of all, I said, may God grant him Aljanna to Fidao. May so rest in peace. But formally, we thought he's the one that died, but we all don't believe. But we want them to convince us without disable doubt how we can know that it is really why they are dead now, because we heard the news before that he has dead. So for us to be convinced and believed that he's the one that died, I want them to convince us. But because I know Muslims' rights, it's immediately someone dead, they will bury him that very day, according to Muslim rights. But we only want them to convince us so we know that he is actually dead. Because from Allah we come, and from him we will go back to.
The truth is that to me, everybody will die. And talking about it Buhari affected me, yes or no, right? This is Nigerians. Before Buhari came into the power, I guess lots of them rule this country, and to me all of them have done bad to this country, all of them. I can't say it Buhari is worst, but if I can tell you the truth, Tinubu is worse than Buhari, so worst 100%. So, and what I'm here to now say is, Nigerian youth, you selling out yourself to those vampires called politicians, I guess that's not the right thing to do. You people have turned yourself to tools that they used to destroy the land, destroy the society. To be sincere, it's not a good thing. Stop taking money from politicians. That money won't take you anywhere. It's actually a wrong thing that we're doing. It's a bad one. So, youth, you are the problem of Nigerians. If I can say the truth, 90% of Nigerian youth, 60% are the problem of Nigerians. Because when you go to all institutions today, cultists you're going to see today are not our parents but youth. When you come to the street today, same youth. Politicians use youth. So the truth is, youth, we better wake up and know what is right to do. So that's what I have to say. But Buhari died. Fine, everybody will die. So whatever you do, good or bad, we'll face it there.
It was with mixed feeling. When I got to work, some people are saying one person had died before, another person that they are seeing now. So we are not even sure what's really happening. We just want to commiserate with the family. We never knew what's happening, but we are sure that one day all truth will be known by all Nigerians. That's what I have to say.
I feel about Buhari, our president, former president. Buhari is a very nice man to us when he's in his position, because the time when Buhari is in position, something doesn't difficult for us like this. Because when Buhari is in our presidential, at least people eat, people survive very, very well. Even there's nothing like inconveniencing something to us. Another Buhari is alive and he was in presidential. But now, we thank God. May he so rest in perfect peace. Because by the time he is in position, I enjoy his position. I enjoy his presidential. His way, his attitude, accompany so many things doesn't difficult with us. So may he so rest in peace. His own leadership is very good to me and to my family, because by the time he was in leadership, I enjoy my life. A little money with me, I satisfy with my family. We are living fine. Not now. Everything just difficult with us right now, because the time Buhari was in his own post, at least people have 5,000. The 5,000 naira is even satisfied with family. Not now. So I enjoy his own life that time. May he so rest in peace again. May God stay with him, family and his children.
Fellow Nigerians, first of all, I said, may God grant him Aljana to Fidao. May so rest in peace. But formally, we thought he's the one that died. But we all don't believe. But we want them to convince us without disable doubt how we can know that it is really why they are dead now. Because we heard the news before that he has dead. So for us to be convinced and believed that he's the one that died, I want them to convince us. But because I know Muslims' rights, it's immediately someone dead, they will bury him that very day, according to Muslim rights. But we only want them to convince us so we know that Buhari is actually dead. Because from Allah we come, and from him we will go back to.
The truth is that to me, everybody will die. And talking about did Buhari affected me, yes or no, right? This is Nigerians. Before Buhari came into the power, I guess lots of them ruled this country. And to me, all of them have done bad to this country. All of them. I can't say it. Buhari is worst. But if I can tell you the truth, Tinubu is worse than Buhari. So, worst, 100%. So, and what I'm here to now say is, Nigerian youth, you selling out yourself to those vampires called politicians, I guess that's not the right thing to do. You people have turned yourself to tools that they used to destroy the land, destroy the society. To be sincere, it's not a good thing. Stop taking money from politicians. That money won't take you anywhere. It's actually a wrong thing that we're doing. It's a bad one. So, youth, you are the problem of Nigerians. If I can say the truth, 90% of Nigerian youth, 60% are the problem of Nigerians. Because when you go to all institutions today, cultists you're going to see today are not our parents but youth. When you come to the street today, same youth. Politicians use youth. So the truth is, youth, we better wake up and know what is right to do. So that's what I have to say. But Buhari died. Fine, everybody will die. So whatever you do, good or bad, we'll face it there.
It was with mixed feeling. When I got to work, some people are saying one person had died before, another person that they are seeing now. So we are not even sure what's really happening. We just want to commiserate with the family. We never knew what's happening, but we are sure that one day all truth will be known by all Nigerians. That's what I have to say.
I feel about Buhari, our president, former president. Buhari is a very nice man to us when he's in his position, because the time when Buhari is in position, something doesn't difficult for us like this. Because when Buhari is in our presidential, at least people eat, people survive very, very well. Even there's nothing like inconveniencing something to us. Another Buhari is alive and he was in presidential. But now, we thank God. May he so rest in perfect peace. Because by the time he is in position, I enjoy his position. I enjoy his presidential. His way, his attitude, accompany so many things doesn't difficult with us. So may he so rest in peace. His own leadership is very good to me and to my family, because by the time he was in leadership, I enjoy my life. A little money with me, I satisfy with my family. We are living fine. Not now. Everything just difficult with us right now, because the time Buhari was in his own post, at least people have 5,000. The 5,000 naira is even satisfied with family. Not now. So I enjoy his own life that time. May he so rest in peace again. May God stay with him, family and his children.
Fellow Nigerians, first of all, I said, may God grant him Aljana to Fidao. May so rest in peace. But formally, we thought he's the one that died. But we all don't believe. But we want them to convince us without disable doubt how we can know that it is really why they are dead now. Because we heard the news before that he has dead. So for us to be convinced and believed that he's the one that died, I want them to convince us. But because I know Muslims' rights, it's immediately someone dead, they will bury him that very day, according to Muslim rights. But we only want them to convince us so we know that Buhari has actually dead. Because from Allah we come, and from him we will go back.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the newspaper review segment where we see some of the big headlines making the front pages of the papers across the nation. And of course, I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this alongside
Onyeka Valentine, right
very
here.
well, very well. Ready to, like I say, dig in and keep.
Put in the knife and arrange the cake
Knife and arrange what?
The cake properly.
The cake properly. All right. Let's see what we have on the cake today on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. The big story here says 6 universities, MTN, NDA, and 16 others dump greed over blackout. Again, this is obviously of the backdrop of the energy crisis that we're currently facing in Nigeria. And then another story here says rising investor confidence fuels new manufacturing investment. For me, that's a good look, good outlook if you ask me. And then on page 31 it says Buhari champions social housing but left deficit untouched. Of course, that's an inside in expose of some sorts here on the Business Day paper. Then finally, nation mourns as Buhari is laid to rest. This continues on page 30 of the paper. Obviously, we're going to keep seeing more and more of Buhari for this week and then coming week, and then obviously to fizzle out gradually. But for now, we'll be looking forward to seeing more front page stories on Buhari's story. But let's talk about these universities dumping the greed over blackout.
Okay, so I'm happy that we're starting with that. Although we still have Buhari on our mind, you know, but let us start with something a bit far away from money. We'll come back to it. Dumping the greed. The question is this: what are we waiting for? It might sound like a cliche, but what are we waiting for? I mean, if there is alternative power supply to enable lives and livelihood be better, and you can afford it, I say go with the bull, but avoid the horn. Because it's not cheap. And that's the thing now, because it's not cheap, there's a tendency that you will want to optimize every now and then because you want more power. But for a university as big as that, if they are dumping the grid, wouldn't they pay more money? Wouldn't it cost them more money? Why? Because you look at it, maintenance of, I don't know if it is hydro they want to use or solar panels, it's not even easy. Some will say it lasts for 25 years. It all depends on which company is supplying and giving to you. Are they buying their own transformer? You know, what are they dumping the grid for? Whichever case, it is not a good thing to hear that more people are dumping the grid. It means one thing. What this means is simple. That the more people shy away from the national grid and national electricity supply being given to us by, you know, DISCO and every other company that is responsible for distributing power, the more people shy away from it, simply means that more jobs will be lost.
Well, I think I'm also looking from a more positive angle, because I'm thinking that with the gross insufficiency of the power grid and the disappointment that companies, you know, institutions who are dependent on the power grid tend to face, I think that if we are having, now this is not the first of its kind, if we're having 6 universities, that's an entire entity. 6 different entities, and then MTN, which is obviously consumes lots of electricity, and then NDA and 16 others. If they are leaving, I think this is an opportunity for other. I think this will now mean it's like if all of us were eating from this table,
right? And
the voracious eaters, if we're 20 and then about 16 leave, I think if the remaining people have to now you know, eat from that cake, then
it'll be enough. But guess what? So on the flip side, what will happen is this: when I see some people lose jobs, if the income that is generated from the power distribution, right, someone has to pay for it. If you do prepaid, you buy prepaid every now and then so that you can recharge. If you pay estimated bill, whichever it is, funds is being generated. So the more people leave the grid, the less funds that come in.
And especially if it's big institutions like this, because the homeowners, you know, individuals might not be able to pay as much as these people have. Look at these big names.
These are people who, if you look at it on the regular, every month, the kind of amount of power that they, gulp is enough to power some small community because they have a lot of equipment. ACs, you have a lot of other stuff, laboratories, a lot of things that we need adequate power supply. So the amount of dedicated power to that kind of institution will be huge. So to hear that they are leaving the grid, it will mean one thing. Again, it's good for the institution. That way they can control their power supply. They can afford to say, obviously.
And their consumption as well.
Exactly. But on the flip side, I've mentioned that jobs will be lost. I will explain. But if I go there, let me also let you know that it means one thing. People who have shops, because we follow the business as business. People who have shops, who have businesses within those areas to service people who come to work there, will have to pay more for electricity.
Right.
That is on one end. Meaning to say that if you buy a bottle of water for 200 naira, because you have, quote and unquote, university supply band A lights now, you'll be paying more than that because the person who owns the shop is paying more. So the person wants to make his money. It will trickle down on the people who come to buy. That's just one end. The other part we're not seeing is, like I said, the more people shy away from the grid, the more they'll not be able to meet up salaries because you need money. But I'm not going to give you allocation to come and pay salaries. No. You're making money from that thing. I don't know if federal government will pay, but even at that, they wouldn't want to subsidize. So they'll look at that, look, we are getting less money than, the more we are paying. So less money is coming in, more money is going out. They will cut down corners. So imagine someone who has a family, right? And this is a very funny thing. The way it trickles down. Someone who has a family with 3 kids, and all he or she knows as an engineer is working for, the national grid and something like that. And at some point, I say, look, it's time for you to leave. Or why? We can't sustain this. Already, it's difficult for federal government to even pay salaries, university salaries, and other salaries that are owing teachers and other stuff. So now, where they should generate money because of inefficiency. So you see how bad is it is? If federal government had made sure that, look, this thing is well arranged, it's not that they're not doing their best. But at some point, the distribution of power is not, you want to call it this way, it's not, the equity level is not something to write home about. So at some point, there's a lacuna. And that lacuna now is making people to leave, making institutions like this to leave the power grid, which means one thing. The more they leave, the less funds that come into the institution. And mind you, I also heard, I don't know if it's true now, this allegedly, that some major institutions are owing power generation companies.
Absolutely.
Running into millions.
That's not, if not running to billions.
Exactly. They're not paying. I also heard remember the period when some Air Force officers went and beat up some people in Ikeja Electric or so for disconnecting their light. The only reason why they will go there to disconnect their light is if they are owing, isn't it so? You can't say you're not owing. So imagine how many institutions, how many organizations that are under the federal government who are owing. So who suffers when 2 elephants fight? And
it's going to be frustrating to have to pay the money back because I remember growing up when we used to be dependent on NEPA back in the days. And
of NEPA.
Yes, and
NEPA.
They would always come. Remember how you go to houses where you're probably as a tenant, and then you have to take on the debt of somebody who has carry over, and then they will, and you come in and you start paying. I think it was monthly the payment or so.
It was monthly
I
payment.
can't remember. And then you would start paying, but because of the backlog of debt, you're running into like so much debt which you have to pay. And when NEPA comes, they're like, you are owing, because it's like there's a deficit of maybe, let me just give in an instance, then maybe like 2 million, and you come to the house and probably it's 30 if it's 30,000 naira that you're supposed to, and you pay 30,000, you're still owing 1 point something, and then they will come and say you are owing, and those things, and then they will still cut your light because you have not paid typically. So it's really going to be hard to offset
those bills.
It's going to be really, really hard.
I like the fact that you came from that angle, meaning to say all those extra monies with the S now, right, that has piled up. If I come into a building as a tenant and I see that, wait a minute, this meter has incurred the bill to the tune of, say, 800,000 or let's say 1.2 million. I'll ask myself a question. So what equipment, or rather what appliances do I have? If I have a fan and I have, things that I know that 2 batteries can power, I will take that money, invest in solar panel, and boycott the meter. That's the fact. I just say, you know what? NEPA, come and take your meter. I don't want it longer. I am self-sufficient. I have left the grid, or rather Disco, or is it Eco EKDC, or whoever it is that supplies power to that building. What this means is this: if anyone who is wise enough and sees the future and can do exactly that, there'll be more funds being lost. Generated revenue will be lost. Electricity will just be there and no one is using it. So is it a good thing? Yes, if you have the money. Is it a bad thing for the economy? We'll see. All
right. Then let's move on from the story to another story here. This one more on the positive side, as rising investor confidence fuels new manufacturing investment, and we're seeing companies like BOA. Says the game has now moved from portfolio investment to direct investment as manufacturers return to the trenches. I like how that was. But we're seeing a number of companies, BOA Group. Maybe I should just go inside the page. But I think BUA, right? Yeah, yes, BUA. So we're seeing BOA alongside some other companies. We're seeing Dangote. Flour Mills is investing 500 million in sugar operations. We're seeing just a number of them, right? And for me, it's showing that there's some sort of investor confidence going on, and that's also spurring, interest in new investment. So I think that's a good one. That also creates more job opportunities for people.
Yes, for the first time, I have a big smile on my face.
I hope you can leave it.
Hope the next story doesn't bring me down.
Right. But let's move to the Vanguard paper this morning and see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning, Wednesday, July 16. Tinubu, some African leaders bid Buhari farewell. I did say that we're going to be seeing lots of Buhari for this week and the coming week. And the writer here says, ignore Buhari's 8 years in power. He was a good man. And this is according to Kuka. It says, late president was a good man. Buhari's statement, who came, saw, conquered. I will carry your memory with me. This is from Buhari's daughter. Obviously, this is just some of the tribute pouring in for Buhari. And then we see another story. It says, again, Nigeria misses budget's 2025 crude oil output target. And on page 9 of the Vanguard paper this morning, it says, we are yet to receive formal communication from UAE on revised visa policy. And on page 7, sad news, gunmen allegedly killed 20 in Plateau night raid. And then on page 11, yes, there we go again. On page 11 says, ex-APC national chair Oyegun registers with ADC in Edo State. Talking about the political defections and all of that. And then, that's about it. On page 20, it said, renewed Tantita contract now. Niger Delta Group appeal to federal government.
I think we should narrow, as much as all the lines there are quite interesting, but the part of Niger Delta is kind of worrisome there. Now, we're talking about, they said renew the Tantita Group. There's a security outfit, I would say, let's say owned or championed by Tom Polo. Sometimes I wonder, are we saying the best way to run away from the lion, right, is to go into the cage of the bear?
Okay.
Because if you look at it in real sense, okay, this is only I don't use this word, but let me just use something similar. It's only someone who you suspect that you give that particular thing you might suspect him of stealing to hold. Now, was it a good move to have Tantito Group as the security outfit to man the, well, quote and unquote, those areas that might be volatile, right? Secure some pipelines, prevent pipeline vandalization. Was it a good move? I don't know what arrangement they had, but truth be told, it is the nation's wealth. And where you make money to run the nation, should not be kept in the hands of a particular group of people.
Hmm.
Again, this is, I wouldn't say it's my opinion, it's just part of what our viewers might want to ask. Maybe I should put it this way. Why are they leaving our national asset and where we make our money from to feed the nation in the hands of a particular group? Is it because that's where the oil comes from? What was the arrangement about in the first place? Maybe we should visit that before we talk about renewing that contract. Don't forget in a hurry that there was a time when EFCC was narrowing its microscope on Tantito Group and Tom Polo. But can you imagine the kind of message we're cutting across the nation that, look, this person is found wanting, but who's going to arrest him? Who's going to bring him to book? And nobody moved a finger. What does that tell you? That have we compromised our stance as a nation? What happened to our Nigerian Army and Nigerian Navy? They are the people who are supposed to secure our pipelines and every other thing. So if they're working hand in hand as a joint task force agreed by the federal government to do that. So what we want to see is, instead of you saying you want to renew, you want to try other people. Because even during the whole fact that their contract was in place for a long time, we still saw some pockets of, pipelines, vandalization and all that stuff. And you won't tell them they had no idea about it. This is not me accusing anybody. I'm just saying that there's nothing wrong if you diversify and try other security agents, or better still, leave it in the hands of our trusted military and navy. Yes, they have some bad eggs. In every institution around the world, you have bad eggs. Right. There is no country right now that doesn't have issues. Is it the United States? They have their issues too, right? Is it in Russia? Recently, you heard that one of the Russians, one of the generals in the Russian army was, I think was it sacked or so? I can't remember. He committed suicide. Nobody knows the story around that. But what does that tell you? That the sooner we get to a point where we say service over selfishness, the sooner we get to a point to say, look, we move for the glory and the patriotic essence of Nigeria as Nigerians, rather than think of our personal pockets, the better for us. Until we attain that position, it will be hard for us to trust the Nigerian army 100%. But I can tell you, as someone who grew up in a military home, my dad was a military, a senior officer at that. So rest in peace now. But I tell you one thing, is that discipline is very important. And the Nigerian army has disciplined people. It is so disciplined that it will be difficult for you to make a move without somebody else knowing it. So if that is being questioned, the major question is, why is it being questioned? Those who are responsible for making our military lose a bit of strength towards this kind of security issue that they're supposed to step into, to control, remove those people from that place. If it's politicians, remove them from there and allow the military to do their work.
I agree.
Let the Navy do their work, and they can do it very well. Don't forget, Nigeria was a powerhouse behind ECOMOG.
I agree.
You forgot how many countries we helped to bring back to sanity when they had problems, like Liberia. Can go on and on. Whatever happened to our glorious Nigerian army? When you hear Nigerian army, you step aside. We were the glorious army of Africa. Made us giant of Africa. We're not going to come back to that. So that way, we don't have to rely on personal or private security to man our oil facilities, our pipelines. Nigerian army and Nigerian navy can do it. We trust them.
All right, let's just skim very quickly, skim through what we have on the front pages of the Punch paper this morning.
Okay, so do I take it?
Yes, please.
So it says, of course, Buhari is there.
Yeah, the front page.
Yes, Nigeria bids Buhari emotional farewell. Why am I not seeing your smile on your face?
Final salute. It's emotional.
It's emotional. Okay.
So.
Okay.
All
right. So I mean, let's talk about it a bit.
Do we have time to talk about it?
Okay, so let's just mention it. So Nigerian bids Buhari emotional farewell. We loved our former president, and we say may he so rest in peace. Another one here says Tinubu Akpabio service chiefs governor pay final respect amid tears and tributes. Yes. Down here it says Nigeria's oil output soars above OPEC quota. The other one here says Central State mobilize joint security to crush bandits. Are we still mobilizing? Don't we have enough people already to crush these bandits and put them
Crush.
to crush? If I was the president, I would move my office straight to the center of that Sambisa forest. So no excuse. And of course, we have over here, it says over 420 federal roads completed or in progress. 420. It's not a bad thing. But I should, well, if we generate more time and money into security issues, I bet you Nigeria will be the envy of the world. Because it will be safe for us to do business. You know. Having said so, what next?
Well, I think that's all we can take today. Don't know if we can just see what we have on the cartoon of the day, which is always a good way for us to wrap up with the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. A picture, like they say, tells 1,000 stories, and I think that's just one of that. Okay, so we see that's like a tomb, I think.
If you ask me, I would say, so the cartoon, we can't, there are no jokes here. Yeah. It's a serious matter. But even at that, let us see it from an angle where we love President Muhammadu Buhari, who is now late, and we say, may his gentle soul rest in peace.
Absolutely.
And I hope our cartoon will be able to send the right message, which is he left a strong legacy, which is why I believe his tomb is a bit big and is signifying that his legacy will be seen round the world. That's my analysis when it comes to the cartoon. I don't know if our viewers have a separate one, but
I think at the end of the day, just like they say, a picture tells 1,000 stories. So it depends on the context of which you're seeing it. I'm also seeing it like there's so many. That's a burial ground, but I'm seeing that his own. He happens to have like the biggest tombstone. Tombstone. So he seems to have them, and then there's every other person, but there's like so many deaths. So it's looking like, are we honoring his death so much? I don't know. That's just my analysis of it. There's going to be different analysis.
I always say, no one is living this life alive anyway.
Absolutely.
And I think it is bad in any. You know, it's not morally right for anyone to not to be sensitive when someone passes on, right? He had his good sides. He also had his own challenges too.
Absolutely does.
So yes, we shouldn't judge those people who worked for him and didn't do what they had to do right, and now say, okay, all was one way or the other. So we again we show our major sympathy towards the family, Aisha Buhari, his daughters, and all of them, and we say, as his gentle soul rest in peace, that they find strength some way or the other to bear the loss.
Amen. Yeah. Well, that's where we bring it to wrap this morning on the newspaper review segment. We went through the Business Day paper, we moved to the Punch, and then also the Vanguard, and then we saw what we have on the cartoon of the day. It was a delight doing this. At the top of the hour, we have Business Morning coming soon, so please stay tuned.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Fellow Nigerians, first of all, I said, may God grant him Aljana to Fidao. May so rest in peace. But formerly we thought he's the one that died, but we all don't believe. But we want them to convince us without reasonable doubt how we can know that it is really why they are dead now, because we heard the news before that he has dead. So for us to be convinced and believed that he's the one that died, I want them to convince us. But because I know Muslims' rights, it's immediately someone dead, they will bury him that very day, according to Muslim rights. But we only want them to convince us so we know that he has actually dead. Because from Allah we come, and from him we will go back to.
The truth is that to me, everybody will die. And talking about it Buhari affected me, yes or no, right? This is Nigerians. Before Buhari came into the power, I guess lots of them ruled this country, and to me, all of them have done bad to this country. All of them. I can't say it. Buhari is worst, but if I can tell you the truth, Tinubu is worse than Buhari. So worst, 100%. So, and what I'm here to now say is, Nigerian youth, you selling out yourself to those vampires called politicians, I guess that's not the right thing to do. You people have turned yourself to tools that they used to destroy the land, destroy the society, you know. To be sincere, it's not a good thing. Stop taking money from politicians. That money won't take you anywhere. It's actually a wrong thing that we're doing. It's a bad one. So, youth, you are the problem of Nigerians. If I can say the truth, 90% of Nigerian youth, 60% are the problem of Nigerians. Because when you go to all institutions today, cultists you're going to see today are not our parents, but youth. When you come to the street today, same youth. Politicians use youth. So the truth is, youth, we better wake up and know what is right to do. So that's what I have to say. But Buhari died. Fine, everybody will die. So whatever you do, good or bad, we'll face it there.
It was with mixed feeling. When I got to work, some people are saying one person had died before, another person that they are seeing now. So we are not even sure what's really happening. We just want to commiserate with the family. We never knew what's happening, but we are sure that one day all truth will be known by all Nigerians. That's what I have to say.
I feel about Buhari, our president, former president. Buhari is a very nice man to us when he's in his position, because the time when Buhari is in position, something doesn't difficult for us like this. Because when Buhari is in our presidential, at least people eat, people survive very, very well. Even there's nothing like inconveniencing something to us. Around that Buhari is alive and he was in presidential. But now, we thank God. May he so rest in perfect peace. Because by the time he is in position, I enjoy his position. I enjoy his presidential. His way, his attitude, accompany so many things doesn't difficult with us. So may he so rest in peace. His own leadership is very good to me and to my family, because by the time he was in leadership, I enjoy my life. A little money with me, I satisfy with my family. We are living fine. Not now. Everything just difficult with us right now, because the time Buhari was in his own post, at least people have 5,000. The 5,000 naira is even satisfied with family. Not now. So I enjoy his own life that time. May he so rest in peace again. May God stay with him family.
To Business Morning here on BusinessDay Television. It's Wednesday, July 16th, 2025. I am Destiny Momo.
And I'm Deborah Eze. Thank you for starting your day with us, where we bring you the latest insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape and bringing analytical answers to the questions around the world of business and economy. Now let's move to the first conversation for today. Right. As cryptocurrency adoption grows across Nigeria, so does the need for regulation, especially around those who facilitate access to digital assets. The Crypto Asset Service Providers, or CAPS, CASPS. In recent months, regulators like the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Central Bank of Nigeria have taken bolder steps to define the rules of engagement. From licensing requirements to anti-money laundering compliance, the regulatory net is tightening. But what impact would this have on Nigeria's vibrant crypto ecosystem, and are these measures stifling innovation or protecting investors? And what role should the government play in shaping this new digital financial frontier? In the studio with us to do justice to these questions is Ayo Adewiyi. He's the head of product, Pressmate.
You're welcome, Mr. Ayo.
Thank you for having me. It's good to have you. Yeah. Okay, so let's go straight into it now. We are going into market adoption and usage. So what key drivers are contributing to the rapid adoption of cryptocurrency here in Nigeria?
So I would say it's from necessity. So for us in Nigeria, we've always had the issue of having access to foreign currency, right? And what that meant is people needed to find creative ways to pay for subscriptions, to sort out things outside of Nigeria. And that initial issue gave birth to what we saw as the adoption of crypto. And the other part to it was the digital savviness of our youth, right? Nigeria has a very, very heavy youth population, even in Africa. And what that means is, because the world is becoming more and more a global village, it makes it easy to have access to some information. And because we're very enterprising, we are very smart people, we are very intelligent people, so you have the resources, the right tools, and we're able to make use of it. That part of us gave us the needed push, the needed drive to pick up on crypto and to be one of the leading countries in the world adopting crypto right now.
Oh wow. Okay, so what role does cryptocurrency play in enhancing financial inclusion in Nigeria? You know, we're talking about the crypto adoption now. So how would you, relate that into what's going on right now?
Well, I would say that it's coming out in two ways. The first is for those who are already included, right? The other part is for those who will become included. So picking it from those who are included right now, it means that finance is not just moving money from bank A to bank B. It means finance is moving money from bank A in Nigeria to another bank in, let's say, Tanzania, right? So what we see is borderless payments, borderless access. It means anyone, anywhere in the world has access to global financial systems. And what this means is because, for instance, stable coins, right? Stable coins are the same everywhere in the world. So if you say USDT in Chile is the same in Nigeria, is the same in Botswana, in Uruguay, right? And what that means is we have a common denominator, right, that people can interact with. And that makes inclusion become better. So we are unearthing new oceans or new strategies in financial access. The second part of it is those who are not yet included, right? It starts with two things also: the place of education and the place of giving people the resources they need to be able to make use of it. For education, we would continue to have young people. We'll continue to have people who go into the universities. What it means is over the years, you keep having people who are digitally inclined. And because you keep having people who are digitally inclined, there's a need to always educate them on ethical crypto usage, right? Because it's from there that you see that it will trickle down into what we call embedded finance. So embedded finance, talking about issues like, oh, I'm a freelancer, I've got a business, but I need to receive funds from a client in Japan, right? I can do that with crypto access. I can do that with stable coins. I need to generate invoice so that I can send to this person. It can be created on the blockchain, right? And it is immutable. It means it is secure. So all of this helps. The other part of educating people, right, for the positive use of crypto comes to someone like the market woman. We would say, yes, maybe they would not really use crypto, but crypto is not required to be seen on the, seen physically. You don't have to see it, but it can be an enabler, right? So we have what we call payment rails, stablecoin rails. It means everybody sees 100 naira on their phone alerts, but what powers that alert? They don't have to know about it. All they are aware of is they received 100 naira on their phone. It means that all I'm aware of, like mobile money, is I use my phone number and OPay and all of the likes, and I receive money, but the mechanics under it, I don't have to know about it. That is what we need to push for. That the market women, the young seller, they really don't need to know about the mechanics of how stablecoin or crypto works, but they need to be able to enjoy the dividends that cryptocurrency brings.
All right, now let's look at the sector since we're still under market adoption. So which of the sectors are seeing this, the highest levels of crypto integration?
Well, financial services.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about other services, retail, GIG economy?
Yeah. So we see that for us, Nigeria's strong point in tech, to a large extent, is fintech. And what this really means is, so for every technological disruption, it's really around innovation, right? And innovation means you are unearthing new ways to solve problems, right, from existing solutions. And what this means is, because we have a very high concentration on the financial services and fintech, it means that you would see more access, more push to deepen innovation in financial services. Wow. It doesn't mean people are not doing the same on other sectors, but it may take some time, right? And that's one of the things we have to see. Commerce is very important. Money movement from point A to point B is like lifeblood. That's what drives the economy. So it works with financial services, but for logistics and all of that, gradually we'll see it trickle down into those sectors.
Okay. All right, so how would you say, or how can you describe how the traditional financial institutions are responding to the growth of crypto usage?
Well, over time we've seen that a lot of things trickle down from the West, right? The global West. So now you'd see banks in the US beginning to have departments reviewing cryptocurrency. You'd see what we have, MiCA. There's what we call MiCA regulation in Europe around stablecoin issuance for European countries. You'd see that Visa, MasterCard, they also have cryptocurrency frameworks or stablecoin frameworks for financial services. What we see is the blueprints are being created for us to adopt. Now, what we also see is that traditional banks in Nigeria are a little bit careful. They're very advanced, which is in good faith. It's required. Why? There's a lot of gray areas in crypto, which we may talk about later. There are a lot of gray areas, but banks have a duty to protect investor money. They have a duty to protect customers' funds. So they can't just be reckless, right? Because for everything that would disrupt, it will come with some mistakes. After a while, it then settles and balances out. And everybody has, we have frameworks, we have yardsticks that keeps us in check. And that way, traditional banks now have the confidence to say, let us push into this more. But we're going to see it happen, right? We've seen it with the issuance of CNGN, right? So CNGN being the stable coin derivative or equivalent of the fiat naira means that it will be listed on exchanges, listed on crypto exchanges pretty much. And what that means is you're able to trade with CNGN because it's pegged to our naira. With that, it's showing that the economy, the sentiment around crypto is loosening a bit to be much more positive and much more accommodating. But it will take a little while.
Okay, so you mentioned that there are gray areas. So let's move to the risks and the challenges and also the compliance part. So what are the main risks facing cryptocurrency currently in Nigeria?
Well, I would say it's really about fraud. No matter how we like to, for those of us working in the space, we like saying, oh, you could use it, ethical crypto usage and all, but there's the underlying issue of fraud, right? Where people maliciously use social engineering to rid people of their crypto assets, all right? And because of the way the blockchain has been set up, where there's a little bit of covering, right, with like ghost mode, where you really cannot determine who is behind this. But the world is really advancing. We have what we call the travel rule that is still coming into effect, which means that this requires every platform that provides services in the crypto space to have proper KYC, right, and KYB. So on our platform, we are very, very intentional about KYC, right? And what this means is the threshold says that if the law, the travel rule says that if a transaction above a certain threshold happens on your platform, part of what you must send to an exchange that is receiving it is the KYC of that user. Because what that means is for you to send that amount, you are triggering a warning, a signal, right? And when you send that KYC, it's checked with every other exchange. And if this person has been flagged before, right, as a very potential suspect, what it means clearly is every other person will flag him, right? So that is still in the works. It's still growing. Nigeria also has its own threshold, which may increase, it may reduce. But we see that there are things in place with regulators, with the global world to say, yes, we understand the decentralized nature of crypto, but at the same time, when you create access like this without guardrails, there's bound to be a lot of problems. We still have those problems in China, we have problems in US, but it's a work in progress, which means we don't have to throw the baby away with the water. Yeah.
But wait, don't you think crypto would actually lack legal resources? Because we only see fraud, scam as part of the risks. Don't you think not having enough legal resources is actually part of the risks?
So a number of times we say this in tech, we say regulation follows innovation. It means that innovation leads, then regulation does catch up. Yeah, they may not really like regulation, may not really like hearing that, but it's the truth. Innovation means someone sitting somewhere, thinking about an idea, and going out immediately to implement it. If you wait for a regulator to say, oh, I have this idea, let me check, which happens with banks, it will take, they will say, let's put it on that study. Let's check it and check it and check everything. It takes time, right? But what we see is even for the legal and compliance part, there's a lot of things are going on. There are trainings that is being handled by SEC, by other parties and regulatory parties, that is making sure that our legal personnel are equipped to be able to handle cryptocurrency. For instance, AML certificates, anti-money laundering, and all of that. So it means that there's a lot of work that is going on. And one beautiful thing about Nigeria is our regulatory bodies are catching on fast. They've got very intelligent and smart people who already, they are aware of what's going on in crypto space, and they are using that to create policies and frameworks to guide legal and compliance in companies, and also make sure that everybody works ethically. So that is really happening in Nigeria right now.
Oh wow! So what about in terms of inflation and the devaluation of naira? How can crypto, come in here?
We would say, because the CNGN, for instance, is pegged to the naira, what it means is it fluctuates based on what is happening with the naira. However, when we have other currency pairs, like the USDT and USDC, what Nigerians are able to do is, you really don't need the paper printed dollars, right? Which is one of the things that drive all of this. You just need the digital equivalent, right? And with that, we see that with time, the CNGN and the Nigerian derivative of stablecoin will begin to help provide access to liquidity. Liquidity is the problem here, and we need enough liquidity for transatlantic trade, transnational trade. When we are able to effectively use stablecoins the way it should be used, we would see that there will be a balance. There will be a balance, right? And it will work hand in hand with the other arms of financial services. So it can't be alone. It's not the only thing that will fix inflation. It's just one of the things that will aid us to get to a point where our currency is stable. It's one of the key pillars.
Now, talking about inflation still, and also talking about regulation, and how would you assess the impact of the Central Bank of Nigeria's regulation on crypto-related activities?
Yeah. So, there was a ban on crypto for a while, which was done in good faith, but at the same time would say it stifled innovation to an extent. But now that crypto has been designated, right, with the SEC, one thing we see clearly is the stance of CBN is now being welcoming, especially with the SEC's arm, saying we want to discuss with players in the sector. Let us forge a way forward. If Nigeria is one of the top 3, top 5 countries with the highest crypto adoption, it means we are doing something right. It means that we are being known as one of the financial frontiers of the world. We need to harness that power, harness those achievements to make sure that we get the dividends of that, not to just cut it off totally. Because in cutting it off, what you're doing is the results, the innovation, the startups, the companies that you would see come out of this, you are blocking them from growing. Crypto trading or assets, digital assets, easy, simple for for people who do not know much about it, from videos to tutorials, on our platforms and all of that, to guide them through how to use it. We also made sure that it's not complicated. Now, we need to be able to, a lot of things going on social media, right? And someone said something, says, if you don't blow your trumpet, someone will blow it for you.
Yep,
what it means is the narrative of crypto will be pushed, whether positively or negatively. And the recipients of these narratives are the unassuming citizens of Nigeria. What it means is what they see on social media, what we see on social media forms a mindset, for us. And that is the stance we take. We as operators and regulators need to do a lot of work with media publicity. We need to push more, letting people see how it can benefit them, how they can save with crypto, how they can transact, how they can build projects, because the problem you are facing necessitates your bringing out a solution, right? So when you have very brilliant young people who already have a misconception about crypto, even if they have an idea, they will be unable to push it through because there's that notion. Also for parents and those in the older generation, till now, some of them are just like, no, this is scam, It's because of what they see on social media. We need to change the narrative. That's the only way that can work. So we need to know.
What initiatives, public or private, can we use to invent the literacy of crypto?
I think schools, starting with schools, universities, we've got a very high percentage of people in schools. We can start with that because every individual, even here, you are a node connecting to another set of people. So it means if I'm able to change your understanding or perception about crypto, you are able to influence one or two other people. Now, we don't need to go for everybody at once. It is taking it strategically, one by one, going to schools, telling them about this, telling them about how to make use of it. From there, you'd see that it keeps spreading. It keeps spreading to the point that even parents become curious, right? And with the help of media, it makes it easier for parents to say, okay, I think let us see what this could bring, right? And that's just how it's going to work. So yeah, we need to go to schools, very important. We had an event, sorry to cut you. We had the Crypto and DeFi event where we brought together players, regulators to come and speak. Let us dialogue. Let us look at different angles of crypto. And it was a resounding success. There were a number of people who did not know about crypto that came and they understood a lot about it. That is the beginning. We need to do more of that.
All right. We'll go on a quick break now, but when we come back, we'll look at the future of crypto. After this break, we'll be back.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome back to Business Morning here on Business Day Television. We're still talking about adoption and regulation of crypto, and we are here live with our guest, Mr. Ayo.
Yeah, all right. Before we went on that break, we said we're going to talk about the future. So how do you foresee Nigeria's position in Africa and the world when it comes to cryptocurrency?
I think one of the beautiful solutions that cryptocurrency will bring to Nigeria and Africa is transnational trading, right? So when it's borderless money movement, right? What this means is, because Nigeria is a front liner in the crypto race, it means that we have the onus is on us to drive how cryptocurrency adoption works in Africa. And what we will see is, right now, it's actually very difficult. It takes a long time for you to be able to send money from Nigeria to Botswana. But with crypto, you'll be able to get that done in minutes. Why? Because you're breaking down barriers. Yes, there are a number of things with PAPs, coming up. But I think crypto has a very unique point where we'll be able to break down all of the borders, the walls that has kept trans trading, all right, and make sure that from Nigeria, someone in Ghana, someone in Zimbabwe, someone in South Africa is able to receive funds almost instantly. That's why I see Nigeria pushing, right? And what this means is, when we're able to do it for Africa, we become a blueprint for what can happen in Europe, in North America. That is what we are saying with the future of crypto.
Wow. So what conditions do you think can accelerate the financial institutions in terms of crypto?
I think being open-minded, I would call it open-mindedness, and seeing it as a support. It's not, so disruption does not always mean you need to close down a working aspect of the economy, right? It just means finding better ways to make sure that you're faster, it's easier to access, and it's a win for everybody. So what we're seeing, what we should see, for instance, Ghana is really pushing hard on it also. Okay. But what we're seeing is, what we'll see also is that institutions in all of these countries, especially with the African Union, will be able to create frameworks that help Africa. One of the problems we have is we leave it to the Western world to create policies for us. We know what we are facing, we know the problems that we have, we know the things that needs to be resolved. More than them, we need to create the policies ourselves. And it means that the African Union or the African nations need to come together to a round table and say, let us create a policy, a framework that works for our own context. Wow. When we get that done, and the banks, who are pretty much the custodians of funds, right, when they are on board also with operators and players, we would see that there will be much more benefits, much more values unlocked, because everybody's speaking with one voice. And that's very important.
Very
important. Right. So what would you say Pressmeet is doing to encourage the adoption of crypto?
Okay, so for Pressmeet, we are a digital assets platform, and to a large extent, we have users from all over the world, right? And one of the things we are doing is to make it easy. So for instance, one of the use cases that we have from our users is people get freelancing gigs, contracts, right? Okay. But because there's so much restrictions with receiving foreign currency payments, some of these employers say, can you receive crypto? Can you receive stable coins as payments? Now, what we do for you is, instead of going the route of P2P, which to a large extent means that you're not sure of the person who you are transacting with, we provide you with an OTC desk where we give you the right rate, and you're able to convert your crypto to Naira immediately. It is secure, it is seamless. We don't hold your crypto because it's one of the issues where people say, oh, your crypto was stolen. We are not a centralized wallet. We are pretty much non-custodial. So what it means for us is we make sure that our users, when you come to Pressmeet, you are not really interacting with crypto per se. You are just living your life because, oh, I did this job, content writing gig, I got paid 500 USDT, right? I need to be able to change it to Naira so that I can use it, right? You can't use 500 USDT in the market. Exactly. So what you need to do is to use Pressmeet, send the crypto to Pressmeet, and you'll not even see the crypto, it just converts to Naira, right? And you have Naira that you can send out, and you're able to use it. It allows people who have freelancing gigs, people who have funds that are being sent from friends and brothers and families abroad to Nigeria to be able to get their funds easily without the constraint of all of these other platforms that blocks your money and says you cannot receive it. The other part of it that we make sure to do, because we are always reimagining how to make life easy for Nigerians and Africans as a whole, is we just launched this feature, the eSIM, right? The eSIM, a data plan eSIM, allows you to travel to any part of the world, 150 plus countries, without the need for their SIM card. Why? You want to stay connected. So what we do is we give you the access to be able to download a data plan for China, for Hong Kong, for Japan, for the US, for the UK. And when you get there, you're almost like a citizen because you are connected and you're able to use your WhatsApp, you're able to use your YouTube, check your emails without the need for SIM cards. Imagine if you travel out and you have to lose your MTN SIM or your Airtel SIM, or, that is it, making it easy. Digital assets, making them easy, simple to use for our users.
Right.
Wow.
Thank you
so much, Mr. Ayo.
It's a pleasure.
All right, so we've been talking to Mr. Ayo Adeoye, Head of Product, Pressmeet, on adoption of crypto and regulations. And that's all we can have this morning on Business Morning here on BusinessDay TV.
Up next is Big Story. I'm Deborah Eze. Stay with us.
Bye.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Fellow Nigerians, first of all, I said, may God grant him Aljana to Fidao. May so rest in peace. But formally, we thought he's the one that died. But we all don't believe. But we want them to convince us without reasonable doubt how we can know that it is really why they are dead now. Because we heard the news before that he has dead. So for us to be convinced and believed that he's the one that died, I want them to convince us. But because I know Muslims' rights, it's immediately someone dead, they will bury him that very day, according to Muslim rights. But we only want them to convince us so we know that he has actually dead. Because from Allah we come, and from him we will go back to.
The truth is that to me, everybody will die. And talking about did Buhari affected me? Yes or no, right? This is Nigerians. Before Buhari came into the power, I guess lots of them ruled this country. And to me, all of them have done bad to this country. All of them. I can't say it, Buhari is worst. But if I can tell you the truth, Tinubu is worse than Buhari. So, worst, 100%. So, and what I'm here to now say is, Nigerian youth, you selling out yourself to those vampires called politicians, I guess that's not the right thing to do. You people have turned yourself to tools that they used to destroy the land, destroyed the society. You know, to be sincere, it's not a good thing. Stop taking money from politicians. That money won't take you anywhere. It's actually a wrong thing that we're doing. It's a bad one. So, youth, you are the problem of Nigerians. If I can say the truth, 90% of Nigerian youth, 60% are the problem of Nigerians. Because when you go to all institutions today, cultists you're going to see today are not our parents but youth. When you come to the street today, same youth. Politicians use youth. So the truth is, youth, we better wake up and know what is right to do. So that's what I have to say. But Buhari died. Fine, everybody will die. So whatever you do, good or bad, we'll face it there.
It was with mixed feeling. When I got to work, some people are saying one person had died before, another person they are seeing now. So we are not even sure what's really happening. We just want to commiserate with the family. We never knew what's happening, but we are sure that one day all truth will be known by all Nigerians. That's what I have to say.
I feel about Buhari, our president, former president. Buhari is a very nice man to us when he's in his position, because the time when Buhari is in position, something doesn't difficult for us like this. Because when Buhari is in our presidential, at least people eat, people survive very, very well. Even there's nothing like inconveniencing something to us. Around that Buhari is alive and he was in presidential. But now, we thank God. May he so rest in perfect peace. Because by the time he is in position, I enjoy his position. I enjoy his presidential. His way, his attitude, accompany so many things doesn't difficult with us. So may he so rest in peace. His own leadership is very good to me and to my family, because by the time he was in leadership, I enjoy my life. A little money with me, I satisfy with my family. We are living fine. Not now. Everything just difficult with us right now, because the time Buhari was in his own post, at least people have 5,000. The 5,000 naira is even satisfied with family. Not now. So I enjoy his own life that time. May he so rest in peace again. May God stay with him, family and his children.
admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
fellow Nigerians, first of all, I said, may God grant him Aljana to Fidao. May so rest in peace. But formally, we thought he's the one that died. But we all don't believe. But we want them to convince us without disable doubt how we can know that it is really why they are dead now. Because we heard the news before that he has dead. So for us to be convinced and believed that he's the one that dead, I want them to convince us. But because I know Muslims right, it's immediately someone dead, they will bury him that very day, according to Muslim right. But we only want them to convince us so we know that actually has actually dead. Because from Allah we come and from him we will go back to.
The truth is that to me, everybody will die. And talking about did Buhari affected me? Yes or no, right? This is Nigerians. Before Buhari came into the power, I guess lots of them ruled this country. And to me, all of them have done bad to this country. All of them. I can't say it. Buhari is worst. But if I can tell you the truth, Tinubu is worse than Buhari. So, worst, 100%. So, and what I'm here to now say is, Nigerian youth, you selling out yourself to those vampires called politicians, I guess that's not the right thing to do. You people have turned yourself to tools that they used to destroy the land, destroy the society, you know. To be sincere, it's not a good thing. Stop taking money from politicians. That money won't take you anywhere. It's actually a wrong thing that we're doing. It's a bad one. So, youth, you are the problem of Nigerians. If I can say the truth, 90% of Nigerian youth, 60% are the problem of Nigerians. Because when you go to all institutions today, cultists you're going to see today are not our parents but youth. When you come to the street today, same youth. Politicians use youth. So the truth is, youth, we better wake up and know what is right to do. So that's what I have to say. But Buhari died. Fine, everybody will die.
You're tuned into the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. In recent weeks, the Naira has strengthened to a 4-month high, trading around 1,526 Naira per dollar on the back of improved liquidity, largely driven by sustained foreign portfolio inflows, an increased dollar turnover, and clearer policy direction from the Central Bank of Nigeria. This trend has narrowed the gap between official and parallel market rates, something we haven't seen in a while, and it's sending a signal that there may just be growing confidence in the FX market again. But the question is, how real is this rally? Is it sustainable, or is it just another short-term sugar rush driven by hot money? Those are the questions. Is policy finally doing the heavy lifting, or are we still at the mercy of external capital? Well, to help us unpack this and so much more, we're joined by Mr. Kunle Ezun. He's a respected economist, fixed income and currency strategist, and with deep insight into monetary policy and financial markets. Welcome to the show, Mr. Ezun. It's great to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabeth. It's my pleasure to be here this morning.
Right. Let me start by just saying that, the Naira is on a bit of a run right now, seeing its strongest level in months. What would you say is driving this bounce? And do you get the sense that this is real momentum or just hot money flowing in temporarily? And how much credit can we give the CBN for this recent Naira gain?
Okay, thank you very much. Listening to your intro, I smiled when you said, "Oh, could it be sustained, or just one of those important things that happen, and after a few days it disappeared." I think I have a good news for you. That looking at all the parameters, I think I'll be glad to see that what we have seen the last couple of weeks and days is here to stay. And again, trying to that to say that Naira stability, that conversation is actually a journey and not a destination. And there's no way you want to talk about whatever we have seen today as a stability without tracing it back to the event that happened in December 2024, when CBN introduced what we call electronics trading. That's the BMAsh. BMAsh brought in what we call a more sort of transparency and liquidity in the FS market. And just few months after that, there was the introduction of FS codes. All of these are events that have helped to create a sort of stability in the market. So the current run or the current rally that we have seen actually built on those market events, which perhaps we could call reform in the FS market by the central bank. So over time, we've seen that those two events drove huge liquidity into the market. And again, so the first half of the year is on record that CBN did participate in the market up to the tune of about $4.7 billion between January and June in trying to support the currency. And this was done through the BMAsh. BMAsh is more like an electronics platform that allows for transparency in trading. So it's more like a two-way code transaction. So that was the platform that has helped to drive the current stability that we have seen in the FX market. So to add to that again is what we have seen through the impact of the IMTOs and the fintech industry. So we're seeing liquidity coming through that space as well. So there was a CBN's circular that gave the fintech the opportunity to sell their inflow directly to the central bank, where if it was not possible for the banks to buy from them. So all of that were things that have driven liquidity and have helped to support Naira stability. So the good news is to say whatever we have seen today will continue to support Naira outlook. And again, the activities of the exporters, the non-oil exporters are only help to support the market. So all of these are market events that keep happening. And so we expect that stability that we have seen will be sustained. Yes, for FX market, there could be pocket of volatility, which is quite required in the market. But that volatility will not be strong enough to distort the curve that we have seen today in the market.
Right, and what we've seen is that the CBN has taken a much more active stance with, tighter policy, stronger interventions. Do you think, in this case, that these moves are finally paying off, or is the market just responding to what I would call short-term signals?
No, I think on the monetary side, we need to give the credit to the central bank. What CBN would have done could be termed as momentarily, because using the instrument of HOMO to support the currency was more like an unorthodox means. But CBN feel that when that market was reopened, the CBN needs to inject liquidity. Ordinarily, you expect that market activity, market participants should be the one that should drive liquidity in the market. But when the market reopened, there was a dearth of liquidity. And that's where CBN came in aggressively, using the instrument of the HOMO to attract FPIs. And at the point in time when the FPIs were repatriating profit, there was a run on the Naira. And CBN proceeded to say that they have the capacity to support the currency. And that's reassurance from the central bank. Again, provided that more like a support, and that gave Naira that rebound that we saw. After, just in April, when the US president did announce the US tariff, there was a run on the currency, and Naira witnessed huge depreciation to about the 1.6 level in the market. But thereafter, CBN came back in aggressively and said, no, we're here to support the currency. And so whatever CBN must have done in the last 6 months and 1 year, it had helped to support the currency. And what I keep saying to say, whatever they must have done, we should not be expected to CBN hand wouldn't be there forever. I'm sure in the next couple of months, CBN will need to step back and play just a regulatory role and allow market forces to determine the performance of the currency. So CBN has supported the currency. But in the next couple of months, we should expect that CBN will take a back road and allow the forces of demand to keep determining the prices of naira.
And speaking of market forces determining the cost of naira, we're seeing that foreign portfolio inflows seems to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now. Do you think that Nigerians should be optimistic about the naira strength, or should we be a little bit cautious that this could unravel just as quickly as it's happening?
Okay, I think whatever we see today is quite strategic. And if you take a step back and look at the MTF, that's the medium-term economic framework that guided the budget 2025. You will recall that the naira exchange rate was pegged at $1.5 to $1, right? So I guess CBN was quite deliberate about that forecast, because before now, what we used to see was that a rate would be set that is more like a far cry from when naira trade in the market. But for CBN to take that bold step to do a forecast of naira at $1.5 to $1, then it means that CBN was being realistic about the value of naira. So, if you have observed the last couple of months, that performance of naira has been around that 1.5 level, right? A lot of people do believe that in the nearest term, that naira could break the resistance around the 1.5. But I do believe that breaking that resistance around 1.5 could create an opportunity for people to take profits on the economy. So I think pegging naira at 1.5 is quite strategic and is a pointer to where the central bank feel that naira should trade in the near to short time. Over time, perhaps, when there is stability in the economy, when the economy becomes productive and self-generative, perhaps we could see naira trading below and getting stronger and strengthening below the 1.5. But in the near to short time, I do believe that whatever forces we see in the market will trade the naira around the 1.5 level in the near to short term.
What we're seeing that there's a sort of a gap between the official and parallel market, or it's narrowing perhaps. Do you think this
Absolutely.
is a sign of real FX market reform? Do you think that it's a sign that the FX market reform is working, or is it more about sentiment than structure?
No, I think for me, that's why I said that whatever is happening today in the market, the kudos and the accolades should go to the central bank for being firm, for being strategic, and for being forward-looking in their policies and reform. And this is what has driven a sort of convergence between the official market and the parallel market. And if you check in the last couple of days, I think the differential between the parallel and the official market is narrowing, and I think and the last time I checked, should be about a 20 to 15 naira differential between the official and the parallel market. And this is actually what the market believes should happen. And once you see a sort of stability and appreciation in the official market, then you should expect that the parallel market will gradually gravitate towards the official market, and that's what we've seen. If I may say, sometimes last week, I think on the Tuesday or Thursday last week, we saw a more of about the 5 naira spread between the two markets, and so that is why that is when you know that there seems to be a correlation between what happened in the official market and the private market, because it's only when there is a spillover or a sort of expectation that is not being met within the official market that you see the spillover that drive volatility in the private market. But in the last couple of days, we've seen bid and offer being met by the market. So the urgency to want to go to the private market to cover for the gaps in the official market has gradually disappeared. So that's why you found that the private market will continue to gravitate towards the official market, and this is what we expect to happen. And over time, we should have a convergence between the two markets.
Convergence between the two markets. But let's talk about businesses now. So we've seen that businesses have been through, it's been months of FX uncertainty, and with this shift that we're seeing, are we seeing a confidence reset or volatility? Do we still think that volatility is still part of the story moving forward, or is there a confidence reset right now?
Okay, on the business side, I think there's relief in the market. I mean, this could be seen from number of LC in the open by banks. If you have access to that data, you could ascertain that businesses are coming back to life, and this is the number, because from where I sit, I could see that there are good number of improvement in the LC. That's the letter of credit that goes to confirm that there is importation of goods taking place. So if you continue to see that positive turn in LC issuances and what have you, it shows that there's confidence in the market, and that confidence could be actually be seen again in the fact that most banks are going back to now relaunching or introducing the Naira-funded debit card for national transaction. So those are ways to measure the confidence that has returned to the market, both on the retail side and on the wholesale side. Because either though most banks had suspended the usage of Naira-funded debit card for national transaction, and at the last count, about 6 banks had gone back to reissue and to allow international transaction on the Naira debit card. This shows that there's huge confidence in the market, that there's liquidity to cover every transaction, and that this should be again support. And as we go fully into Q3 and Q4, when you expect that there will be huge demand for FX towards the festive period and what have you, then we'll begin to see how strong is Naira able to withstand the pressure that will come in the next 2, 3, 4 months to the end of the year.
Right. And final word before you leave, if you were to advise the Central Bank of Nigeria right now from where you see it, what's the one thing you would say they need to do to make this Naira rally stick for good?
It's very straightforward, and I never had opportunity to shape him out by the Central Bank. Mine is always very straightforward. You need to remain consistent. Clarity in regulation, right? This is what market require now. For you to stem volatility in the market require clarity in regulation. Let CBN be open as much as possible and allow market to drive itself. Right? It is only when you have when that communication is not clear that people begins to speculate. But once you have clarity, speculation will take that stage. The market will run based on fundamentals and liquidity, and this will give you the more sort of stability that the market requires. So basically, for me to conclude, is to say CBN should remain consistent on the policy, provide guidance where required, and allow the market to trade liquidity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kunle Ezun, respected economist and fixed income and currency strategist, for joining us this morning on The Big Story. It was truly delightful.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this has been The Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for Social Listening up next.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good day and welcome back to the bdtv Breakfast Show. This is Social Listening, where we unpack the biggest stories trending on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me today is
Onyeka Valentine.
As always, let's begin with a story that's unsettling for many Nigerians. Now, just days after the passing of former President Muhammadu Buhari, reports have emerged that another former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, is in critical condition in a London hospital. Now, it's a strange coincidence that two of Nigeria's former presidents are needing critical care abroad within the same week in the same hospital. And it has reignited public concern over the state of Nigeria's healthcare system and how those who once led the country often end up relying on foreign hospitals when it matters most. And this, of course, has caused some sort of, I would say, hula baloo online, because a lot of reactions online to this story, because you're seeing your leaders, or our leaders, you know, having to move out of the shores of the country to receive health care. And that tells us something. That's telling to something that is a big gap that needs to be filled, and has obviously not been filled, because if we are seeing the people that have the power to bring change and the reform that we need across the sectors, especially the healthcare sector, so they've obviously lost hope in the sectors. So they come there and they come to supposedly lead, you know, and I don't know what they do, but because when you now have to receive healthcare, surely it's not just them, it's their entire family members that receive healthcare out of the country. And it says a lot about what's going on.
You know, they say you cannot cry more than the bereaved. I'll use that word. But rather that saying. The reason why I'm saying so is that, you know, those who live outside this country, call them those brothers and sisters of ours who are in the diaspora, have been complaining that, look, they want to come back home, but the one thing they're worried about is healthcare. They're worried about, you know, security, but very more importantly, how the institution and the government really works to safeguard lives and properties. You see this thing about our leaders going out, whenever they have a cold, they are quick to jet out of the country to go get treatment outside. I think, apart from the fact that it is a no-brainer, it's worrisome to see the amount of money that has been invested in healthcare. And so it begs the question. Again, we're still in the mood of mourning our former president, President Muhammadu Buhari. But even at that, we now hear that Abdulsalami is also sick in the same hospital. Now we don't know if it's the same hospital, but it's in London. No, like it's in the same hospital. Yes. I hope they were not like 2 rooms apart, you know. But I mean, it's sometimes we laugh over it. But what I'm trying to say in essence is, it is time we begin to understand that those in glass houses should not throw stones. If we do believe that we are a country, which we are, we should begin to put our patriotic sense first. This is an eye-opener to our leaders, whether you are the governor or maybe you are the local government chairman, or you are in some office where leadership is bestowed upon you. If you're a democratically elected leader in Nigeria, it is an eye-opener that thing you run away from, eventually you might come back to it. I understand that we might not have all the equipment that, are necessarily needed to tackle some certain ailments. But The money we've wasted in gas flaring, the money that is wasted on the daily, on tap gas flaring and other areas, if we channel those, put it this way now, I'm trying to use the right words so it will sound a bit subtle, but we channel all those waste into our healthcare. There'll be no business for our lawmakers or our leaders to go outside the shore or outside our shores for treatment. Now, will they pass a law, if at all, to prevent our lawmakers and those in office from going outside the country to go seek healthcare? Again, maybe such law will be against their fundamental human rights. But give and take, right? We spend so much money in healthcare, so much money. But do we have capable doctors? Do we have, the right equipment on ground? Because not just building the fancy building and everything, it also lies in the brains. So when you see our leaders go outside the country for treatment, they have put their lives and trust in the hands of foreign doctors. Let me shock you. The amount of doctors and health practitioners that have left Nigeria and are doing so well in the UK, so well in America, so well in other parts of the world, it will shock you. The statistics is overwhelming. But you wouldn't blame them. Why? Because our institutions are weak. Because the one thing that will enable them have that sense of belonging is being taken away. So they look for better pastures, greener pastures. And so it will shock you that you as a lawmaker or someone who is in a prominent position, you leave here to go get treated somewhere. You get there, you only get to meet a Nigerian doctor. You can imagine the kind of conversation they will have. Oh, you're here. Where are you from? Nigeria. Okay, I'm fine. Are you my doctor? Okay. Are you the surgeon? But he performs surgery on you, on the person, and is successful. And they ask you, where did you come back to Nigeria? Where did you get treated? Oh, I got treated abroad. Would shame even allow you to say it was a Nigerian that treated me, that performed the surgery on me, and I was well, or whoever it is was well? How would this sound to you? It simply means that the brain is the brain. So fix Nigeria, fix us very well. When you fix us, those doctors who have made it will want to come back and train other doctors. And so that way, we'll not be seeing issues of our leaders or our lawmakers or those in prominent positions leaving this nation, going outside the shores for health issues, and then taking all that money, put it into other people's economies. Because believe it or not, when you travel, you're enriching other countries. You pay health bill and everything. You're enriching those countries, right? Thereby taking away some form of employment in Nigeria, because health sector is a big sector, right? I understand that nobody wants to go to the hospital, but at some point, like I said before, when we're having our newspaper review, that we are not getting out of this life alive anyways, so why not enjoy the ride? So point out of this is this. The day we stop seeing our leaders running outside this country for treatment, the better for us. So, for that not to happen, fix Nigerians' healthcare.
And it's just basically two sides of a coin, talking about deep failure in the healthcare system and also deep failure in our leadership, because the leaders at the end of the day are the ones that are supposed to, put the structures in place for there to be healing, I would say, in the healthcare sector. So
trust the health sector.
Trust the healthcare sector, because if as a leader I don't believe in a system, then it signals greater fear to the people or the citizens of that country. But let's see some of the reactions on social media to this conversation, because I know it has created a lot of debates yesterday, and the reactions have just been something else. So let's see some of the reactions on social media. That's a comment from Rollins. Rollins says, Buhari admitted in a UK hospital. Abdusalami admitted in a UK hospital. Mama Ndora admitted in a UK hospital. All our leaders go to UK hospital. And their families, if I may add. And it says, after 65 years of independence, Nigeria still doesn't have a hospital good enough to treat its own leaders. It's something to reflect on. Absolutely. It's left me in a very reflective mood since yesterday, since I saw this story. But let's see some of the reactions, more reactions on social media. Tuta Rhyme says, 2 former head of states being in the same hospital in another man's country, it's a shame, absolute shame. I must say, because you don't see Indian president or the Indian president not feeling fine and then say he's in one hospital. Like, you don't see this thing. So many things normalized in Nigeria are anomalies outside of the country. But let's see more reactions. I'm just really it's appalling. The success says, imagine 2 former presidents of the giant of Africa were admitted in foreign hospitals for treatment. That is very bad. What are our leaders doing while in power? Those are the questions to ask.
Another thing is, it is bad enough that we have tuned our economy to rely solely on debt, loans from the World Bank, loans from IMF. It's bad enough to now say that you put your life and everything in the hands of a different nationality. Listen, I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you for a fact, okay? When you are in a hospital and you're not feeling well, do you think you have time to ask the doctor or the nurse, what are you injecting me with? Can I see this drug? You put all your trust in them. That's what people don't understand. You put all your, at that time, your God and Savior is the doctor and the nurses. They are the ones. Yes, we pray to God and ask God for, for protection and for long life so that the medication will work and everything. But those who will treat you, your life is actually in their hands. Any little thing can go wrong. So I'm not saying anything went wrong that caused the passing away of our dear former President Muhammad Buhari. But truth be told, the medical profession has always been shrouded in secrecy, really. That's why sometimes if you want to go into some form of treatment, if it's a high-stake risk treatment, you ask to sign. Right? You say, get someone who is signing on your behalf or something like that. And I tell you firsthand, it's a painful experience. I've been in a situation before where, you look at the doctors and ask yourself, I hope this guy really went to medical school. He's going to treat your loved one. And they ask you to sign. And you know that signature could either mean, success or doom. I was put in that situation before, and I cried a couple of times because I know how it turned out. But having said so, right, imagine that happening thousands of miles away from home. Now, let's not even go to the area of the amount of money spent on transportation, spent on flying, visa, back and forth. And almost all our leaders go for checkup outside the country. So if we put all that money together, can we not say we buy those equipments needed? Can we not say that we train our doctors and make sure, again, I must commend the government. I hear there's something that they put in place that will enable our doctors, after they have finished their housemanship, to remain in the country for a while before they travel, something like that. I don't know if I'm correct, wrong or right or so. But whichever the case is, we should put things in place that will keep our doctors in the country, that will also cater for them, not just force them to stay, but cater for them. Let us make laws that will make these 3 areas: 1, security, teaching, and of course the healthcare. Let them earn more money than the politicians. Let's see that happen. And if we see that happen, maybe, just maybe, the health sector will grow better. Security personnel will do their work better because they are the ones who are holding the fort. And they are there putting their lives at risk. Remember Adedevo. Remember her? Yes. When the issue of what's it called, Ebola thing broke out. Okay, her soul rest in peace. She puts herself in the front burner. If it wasn't for her, maybe we'll not be here talking right now in front of TV. That Ebola could have swept across,
would have been a whole lot more than we recorded.
So what I'm trying to say is, there are people who actually love this profession called the healthcare. The people who, they were built for this kind of, for that kind of thing. They are there and they love this country, but they are not well taken care of. What about the physicians? What about those who are specialists?
All right.
We can go on and on. Right?
We certainly could go on and on, but we have to move to our next story now, which is still on the healthcare sector. Now, the Catholic Bishop of Lagos, Alfred Adewale Martins, has called out the government concerning Nigeria's healthcare system, pointing out the irony in Buhari's death happening far from home in a London hospital. He reminded the nation of former First Lady Aisha Buhari's past complaint about the poor condition of the State House clinic even while her husband was in power. Now, the Archbishop described it as a shame that medical care in Nigeria remains so unreliable that even president and ex-president cannot use the facilities that they funded. He said the system must be urgently fixed, not just for the elite, but for everyday citizens who can't afford to travel for treatment, which I think is where I'm coming from, because not everyone can afford to travel for treatment. Let's see some of the reactions very briefly on social media about this conversation. But I must really commend, this man for what he's doing, because it takes a lot to actually call out, call out the people in positions of authority, call out the people in the positions of power to hold them to account. Many people don't do that, especially when you think that, oh, you are getting XYZ from these people, or you have some benefit. But if we have some reactions to this conversation on social media, we can take them. His Grace says we need to prioritize and develop quality hospitals at home to prevent such humiliation in the future. Our leaders must now act to improve healthcare infrastructure and services for the good of all Nigerians. Let's see more reactions to this one. Sammy says, is there any reason why they can't go to Aso Villa Hospital despite the billions being budgeted year on year? That's a big question, $1 million question if you ask me. More reactions to this story on social media. JJ says, why can't they team up and build a world-class hospital to their taste here in Nigeria? Again, another $1 billion question. These are the questions to ask, because I'm liking the fact that the conversations we're having today started around the healthcare sector. There's a huge gap that needs to be filled in the healthcare sector. It's a big problem. Yesterday in the news I saw of the drama, I would call it, that happened at the FMC in Abuja. About people being turned back on, people that had come to access healthcare being turned back, and then we're seeing different things. It's just revealing the problem, like the rot in the healthcare system. If every time the people in power, the elites, are not even making use of the healthcare. Look, it's looking like a case of, oh, we give you this, right? This is not good enough. We give you this because you are at the bottom, but this is the other thing. We have access to this. That's what we have access to. You guys cannot, but we're not going to do anything to work on this because we know we can have access to this, and that's a problem.
Again, you've said it all, but just to add to that, if we do have, like rightly said, the contributor there said, Aso Rock, as in the
Aso Villa Hospital.
Aso Villa Hospital, right? Look, do you know how much it will cost to keep flying our leaders out there compared to how much it costs if we say, okay, we don't have such specialists, but the ones over there, why not bring them here? Let's make a statement by saying we have well-equipped hospitals, but we need the brain. And so it's an opportunity. If you have someone who is a high-stake leader that is sick, it's an opportunity for our own doctors to learn, right, on the job, for those who are already very good. So why not get the expatriate in, right, and trust the system that you built.
If you built it well,
yes,
if you build a house that is good, you can stay in the house.
What does it take? If you have 8 well-equipped surgical room theaters, well-equipped, first-class hospital, and bring those brains, maybe about 4 of them, say, look, you know what? Our XYZ person is not feeling well, right? We don't want to fly the person abroad. We want to come in. How much is it going to cost you? Just the way we employ some expatriates for construction and other areas, bring them in, let them be in the hospital there, then have our own doctors, right? Understudy them. It will shock you. Most Nigerian doctors who are and surgeons and specialists who have spent years in the health sector and travel abroad actually are teaching most of the doctors there what to do. Most of our Nigerian doctors are they've done so well. Most of those specialists, they've done so well that they are now looked upon as consultants in different hospitals abroad. And so the question is, why not bring those of our doctors back home and have them be part of the system that will work? All we have to do is make sure that we invest in those equipments. What do we need? Name it all. Those equipments out there, people who make them, they're waiting for you to come so you can pay, and they'll ship them in here.
Right. But let's move away from that conversation around the healthcare sector. We've really done a lot. We've spoken our minds today. We've spoken for the public, but let's shift our attention to another conversation which is entirely different. Now, Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, has submitted paperwork to build what will become Nigeria's biggest and deepest seaport in Olokunla in Ogun State. Now, this new port would support the rapid expansion of his industrial empire, especially his fertilizer and oil refinery operations. Now, Dangote says the project could encourage other entrepreneurs, but obviously, not everyone sees this way. Now, social media influencer Daniel Rega, who we know has a way of weighing in on every conversation, in a new post about the news, he wrote, "One man shouldn't have all this power." His comment obviously quickly got attention and started a bigger conversation about, Aliko Dangote having dominance and monopolizing different sectors across the economy. Now, there's different ways to see this conversation. They're different. We are going to just try to stay on the sense, but on the fence rather. But I think there's going to be sides that will say.
I will tell you, this Daniel Rega guy. Let me come from that angle.
Right.
Do we even see him as a credible source of information, or would we say that what his opinions are could sway thoughts of those who are in prime media? That's first and foremost the question we should ask first. And if so, then let's not do justice to it. I would disagree with him. Sometimes they say wars are swords.
About monopolizing.
Yes, most definitely. Dangote is someone who his rise to being Africa's richest man has never ever been in a gray area, right? We can afford to track what he has been doing for years. And such statement I don't think applies to someone like him, right? Because he has worked so hard. Now, I'm not making a case for Dangote, but I'm saying as journalists and broadcasters as we are, we should look at it squarely and, from a truthful angle. I think that if he's monopolizing the business, he has earned it.
Okay.
Reasons given is this. There are other people who have money, maybe not as rich as he is, to have worked so hard and be successful in those areas. And so if they are not
rising up,
do you understand,
to the occasion,
then there's something not doing right. They should look at partnership as a way out.
Because it's not even easy. Everybody's there that wears the crown.
It's not easy. You have BUA, you have them there, right? You also have other companies who push the angle of cement, push different other sectors. And if Dangote is doing the right thing, or doing something and it succeeds, which means what he's doing is right. So it is time for other stakeholders in that industry, right, who are industry captains, begin to say, wait a minute, let us have more conversation with him. Let the aim of having those conversations should not be a competitive mindset, rather let it be to grow the GDP of Nigeria. Let us stop thinking or having mindset of division. That's why I said the remark, or rather the statement Daniel Rega made, I might not take it to heart too much because I might see it as just him wanting to say, but it has created a lot of buzz on social media.
Obviously.
Right? And if that be the case, should we see him as a credible source of information or credible source of where we want to strike our balance on? For this matter, let us look at the indices. The indices there on social media says a lot of people are weighing on it. So let us follow those people who are weighing on it and then respond. Our response should also not be thwarted with the fact that, that business is what we're here for. Right? It should not be shifted from the fact that we are a business TV. And because we're a business TV, let's look at the business now. Has he monopolized the industry? If so, is it good for Nigeria?
Is it creating job opportunities?
That's
Obviously, it is. It's creating job opportunities, and I think that's the most important.
Fire on.
You can dominate all the spaces. Maybe move to entertainment.
Thank you. Now, I want to see maybe in the future. This is me just thinking of DTV. I'll just say.
That's if it's not already in the works.
You know what I mean?
We have to wrap up right now on this conversation. It was truly interesting conversations there from, the sad one of sad reality of Abdusalami Abubakar, also in a UK hospital.
And by the way, sorry.
Right.
We pray that he recovers very quickly.
We hope so.
We don't want to hear any bad news again.
Right. It's going to be too much for us. Too much heartbreak.
No. So personally, I actually do like him.
Who?
Abdusalami.
I like everybody. I don't think I have any problem with him.
Let's pray that he recovers quickly.
Yeah.
And then we can celebrate his recovery. So like that.
Right, and we hope that we have more Dangotes. I think that's where I'm really going to end my conversation here. Well done to Aliko Dangote for all of the amazing work that he's been doing, but we hope that we have more new Dangotes arising, you know, among the youth, in fact. But yeah, that's where we draw the curtain here on Social Listening. Up next is the news at 11. Do stay with us.
Welcome to Today in History on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane on some of the events that occurred on this day, July 16th. On this day in 1995, Amazon opened up for business by launching its website as an online bookseller, selling the world's largest collection of books to anyone with World Wide Web access. Within 2 months of its opening, Amazon sales were up to $20,000 per week. Amazon issued its initial public offer of capital stock on May 15, 1997 at $18 per share on the Nasdaq Stock Exchange under the symbol AMZN. And on this day in 1997, the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed above 8,000 for the first time. Dow Jones Industrial Average, DJ for short, is also known as Dow Jones or simply the Dow. It is one of the oldest and most commonly followed equity indices. Unlike other common indexes like Nasdaq and S&P 500, it uses market capitalization. Also, on this day in 1998, the IMF and Russia came to an agreement for a $17.1 billion rescue package to support the country's struggling economy. There had been a sharp fall in export earnings by some 11% year-on-year in the first half of 1998, and this had a major impact on Russia's external and fiscal balances. The tightening of fiscal policy squeezed the economy further, and as early as the second quarter of 1998, economic decline resumed. This package was aimed at stabilizing the Russian economy amidst a period of significant economic hardship. The funds were intended to support economic reforms and swap short-term debt for longer-term bonds. And finally, on this day in 2005, the sixth book in the Harry Potter series by J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, was published. Over 9 million copies were sold in 24 hours. In 2008, Forbes named Rowling the world's highest paid author. Her UK sales total in excess of £238 million, which made her the best-selling living author in Britain until 2025, when she was replaced by Julia Donaldson. J.K. Rowling is estimated to worth about $1 billion. And that is where we wrap it up today in history on BDTV. I am Norma Obona.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you a comprehensive insight into the Nigerian and the African market space. I'm your host, David Olujimi. So first of all, we're starting with the business news that are making the rounds. We're starting with bank credits to private sector that dropped to 77.82 trillion in May. Credit extended to Nigeria's private sector by commercial banks marginally dropped by about 0.3% month on month to 77.8 trillion naira in May 2025. This represents about a 260 billion naira decline from April's 78.08 trillion figure. Despite the decline, credit to the private sector rose by 4.7% year on year, representing a 3.51 trillion increase from May 2024. The moderation in credit growth aligns with the CBN tight monetary policy that has been aimed at achieving price stability. This year, we've seen inflation trending downward, dropping as it has dropped to 22.97% year on year in May from 23.71% in April. The CBN's restrictive stance has also slowed money supply growth, with broad money supply M3 and M2 growing around 20% year on year in May. The slowdown in credit growth reflects weakened credit appetite among businesses. We also see net foreign assets rise by 199% year on year to 45.8 trillion in May, but declined 8% monthly due to CBN's intervention in the FX market. Gross external reserves have fallen $3.5 billion year to date to 37.37 billion as of June 26, 2025. Then on to the oil and gas scene, where according to the Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps, the Petroleum Industry Act has attracted $16 billion in investment and about 50.8 trillion naira crude revenue. According to Benjamin Kalu, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, the enactment of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 has brought significant benefits to Nigeria's economy. He noted that the PIA has attracted over $16 billion in investment commitment, representing a staggering 28,991% increase from the pre-PIA baseline of $0.055 billion, which is around $55 million in 2020. The influx of investment has led to improved oil production, reaching 1.69 million barrels per day in November, the highest level in 44 months. The PIA impact on revenue generation has also been substantial, as Nigeria has earned 50.88 trillion in crude oil and gas exports in 2024. Kalu projects that the country will surpass this figure by the end of 2025. The investment attracted by the PIA has led to job creation, infrastructure development, and renewed confidence in Nigeria's economic engine. While the PIA's success is undeniable, Kalu emphasizes the need for continued legislative attention to address lingering implementation challenges. With the PIA, Nigeria has emerged as a leading destination for oil and gas investment in Africa, accounting for 3 out of 4 final investment decisions announced by global oil and gas majors in 2024. Then we move on to the electricity scene, where we see the Eco Electric, Ikeja Electric, Abuja Electric topping the remittance chart, as DISCOs paid 1.18 trillion in remittances in 2024. This is according to the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. NERC has noted that electricity distribution companies, DISCOs, remitted about 1.184 trillion naira, leaving a deficit of 185 billion in 2024. This translates to an overall remittance performance of 86.47%. According to NERC, some of the top performing DISCOs include Eko, Keja, and Abuja DISCOs, with remittance performances of 99.3%, 94.3%, and 90.4% respectively. The power sector's liquidity crisis due to DISCO's inability to meet full remittances obligation This has resulted in significant financial struggle, with the federal government still bearing subsidy burdens. Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited owes 5.19 billion naira and 44 million in energy invoices and service charges to NBET and the market operator, respectively. NERC has escalated this issue to relevant federal ministries to find a lasting solution. We move on to the NGX, where we saw the NGX record its longest bullish streak since January 2024. Nigerian exchange has achieved an impressive feat, recording its longest bullish streak since January 2024. The market closed in the green every day since July 1, 2025, propelling the all-share index to a new record high of 126,689.54 points on July 14. This remarkable performance has pushed the market capitalization beyond the 80 trillion naira mark for the first time, closing at 80.14 trillion naira. The NGX bullish trend has resulted in significant gains for investors. Market capitalization surged by 4.19 trillion in July, reflecting renewed optimism and strong investor sentiment. The previous month's market capitalization closed at 75.951 trillion. And during the month, we've seen that lower and mid-cap stocks such as Champion Breweries, Ella Lakes, Meyer PLC, and Nimet have driven the bullish sentiment, with year-to-date gains ranging from about 177% to 270%. Trading activity on the NGX has also seen a boost, as on July 14 we saw a trading value of 32.2 billion naira and a trading volume of 1.287 billion shares. On July 13, which was the previous trading day, rather on July 11, the previous trading day, we saw a trading volume of 1.389 billion shares and a value of 30.551 billion naira. With the market's bullish trend expected to continue, investors are optimistic about future gains. And now to the international scene. We saw US inflation pick up in June, rising to 2.7% annual rate. The US Consumer Price Index increased by 0.3 percentage points, resulting in a 2.7% annual inflation rate, above the Federal Reserve's 2% target. Core inflation, excluding food and energy prices, rose by 0.2% monthly and 2.9% annually. Shelter prices contributed significantly to the CPI gain, increasing by 0.2% in June and 3.8% year over year. However, we saw sectors like while some sectors like apparel and household furnishings saw prices increase potentially due to tariff, vehicle prices declined. New vehicle prices dropped by 0.3% and used cars and trucks fell by 0.7%. Food prices rose by 0.3% and energy prices increased by 0.9% after a loss in May. Medical care and transportation services also saw price hikes. Basically, we saw market take the inflation report in stride, with stock market futures mixed and treasury yields mostly negative. President Trump has called for the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates, citing low inflation, but the Fed has maintained its stance that it is holding rates. Markets expect the Fed to hold rates steady in July and potentially cut by a quarter percentage point in September. Then also in the US, S&P 500 index posted slim gains on Monday, as traders are hoping for lower tariffs before the August 1 deadline. The S&P 500 index rose marginally by 0.14 points to 6,286 points, while the Nasdaq Composite gained 0.27% to close at 20,640 points. After the break, we return with market rundown from July the 14th, Monday.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Okay, now we are back with market rundown from July 14. That was Monday, considering our markets were closed yesterday, the public holiday. So in the NGX, we see that the bulls maintained control as the all-share index climbed by 539.95 points, closing at 126,689.54 points. That's a 0.43% gain on the day. This year so far, the market is up by 23.09%, continuing its impressive rally into the second half of 2025. Trading activity remained vibrant with total volume of 1.29 billion shares exchanged at a value of 32.2 billion naira this year. This marks the second highest trading value we've seen so far. It's just behind the 70 billion day that we saw. That was around April 2025. Market capitalization has now crossed the historic 80 trillion naira mark. Market capitalization now stands at 80.14 trillion naira. Now let's take a look at the top gainers for the day. We see Secure Electronics Technology leading the pack, rising by a maximum 10% to 1 naira 10 kobo. Abbey Mortgage Bank following closely with 9.99% to close at a share price of 7 naira 60 kobo. Ikeja Hotel gained 9.95% to end the day at a share price of 22 naira 10 kobo. Mick Nichols rose by 9.92% to close at 4 naira 32 kobo, and Triple G closed up 9.78% to close at 3 naira 93 kobo. On the flip side, some of our laggards were Caverton Offshore that dropped 10% to close at the share price of 7 naira 20 kobo. We also saw Tantalizers record a significant decline by the maximum 10%. So total sell-off on that day, Tantalizer closed at the share price of 2 naira 70 kobo. Cortex, another 10% decline, to close at the share price of 4 naira 14 kobo. We see the same thing in RT Briscoe, down 10%, closed at the share price of 3 naira 96 kobo. And one of our consistent gainers for this year, Nimet Pharmaceuticals, down by 9.95%, a signification of significant sell-offs on the day, closing at 8 naira 24 kobo. In terms of market activity, the most traded stocks on the day were Access Holdings, where 138 million shares were traded. What about 3.5 billion naira? Japan Gold, 93 million shares, worth around 292 million naira. ICO Insurance, 93.356 million shares, about 220 million naira in value. Then UBA, 68.791 million shares, reporting about 3.05 billion naira. Then Jais Bank also saw significant trading action, just under 60 million shares, to report a trading value of 231 million naira. And in the global markets on July 14, the Dow Jones slipped by 0.66%. That's yesterday, July 15, as their market was open. Dow slipped 0.66%. S&P dipped slightly by 0.06%. We see the same thing. Nasdaq, however, bucked the trend, gaining 0.64%. And in Asia, the mood was more upbeat. The Nikkei 225 from Japan rose 0.55%. The South Korea's Kospi climbed 0.41%, and in Hong Kong, we saw Hang Seng surge by 1.60%. In Europe, indices were also under pressure as the FTSE 100, the CAC 40, and the DAX index all ended in the red, down by 0.66%, 0.54%, and 0.42% respectively. After the break, we are going to be talking about a panoramic. We are going to be taking a panoramic view of the former president, now late former president Muhammadu Buhari's time in office, and the impact on the economy. After the break, we return with Buhari, good and bad. So before we go, we start with a short narrative. In 2015, a promise echoed across Nigeria. And this was a slogan that APC, which is the ruling party, used to campaign across the country. They said, "We cannot build an economy where corruption is the working capital." So this was a rallying cry from Muhammadu Buhari, who had this image of being an anti-graft icon. He was a military ruler in 1983, and when he was a military ruler, he was famous for, one, the war against indiscipline, and also for the massive incarceration of a lot of the democratically elected rulers who were before him. Between 1979 and 1983, the country was under democratic rule. We had governors across the 27 states of the Federation at the time. And Buhari was famous for jailing more than half of these governors. He was also famous for putting the president on the run under the guise of massive corruption that had been perpetrated against the country. However, his promise in 2015, he campaigned on the back of this sentiment. He got into power. However, his promise collided with the hard reality of economics. Buhari rode into power on two powerful pledges: to root out corruption and to defeat Boko Haram. His reputation preceded him, an incorruptible northerner whose military past made some nostalgic, but others were wary. He won. He became the first opposition candidate to unseat an incumbent, and for some people who say hope surged. By 2016, reality set in. Oil revenues tanked. Nigeria went on a recession, the first recession in over 20 years at the time, because the last time Nigeria had been in a recession since then was, I think, in 1996. Naira was propped at 199 Naira to the dollar forever. However, millions were on queue for Forex. Others quietly collapsed, factories were shutting down, then IMF enters the equation or enters the story. They say your Forex restrictions are distorting the economy. They say investments are going, layoffs are rising. They were like, let the Naira float, remove currency control. They insisted that Nigeria needed fiscal discipline and a market-based exchange rate, but Buhari rejected it. In some of his public statements and interviews, Buhari was firm. He says it goes against if it goes against our national interest. I think he made this statement some years before the 2019 election. So why can't we go against IMF advice? He argued that without robust manufacturing, devaluing will only import inflation, as if inviting a storm he feared he couldn't weather. He was more focused on homegrown reforms, diversification, fiscal discipline, and tightened probity. However, by June 2016, the cracks began to appear. The central bank quietly eased restrictions, shifted to an interbank market, floated the Naira modestly, allowed more flexibility. Then we saw the Naira move on to 250 Naira to $1. However, the IMF called it a half step towards reform. But from there, distortions came. Dual rate gap was now fueling a lot of arbitrage by connected elites. We saw manufacturers struggling for dollar, foreign reserve deep, and Nigeria's economy began to limp backward. It was a lot. Some people would also record the gains in his anti-corruption campaign, as by 2018, over 600 people had been convicted by the EFCC. At least they had gone before a judge and received convictions, and some of them included judges and generals, quite a number of people. However, a lot of people saw selective justice. It's a lot to say about Buhari's legacy as president of Nigeria, especially between 2015 to 2023. And on the show this morning, I have my colleague here with me in the studio. I have Oluwole Crowder. Good morning, Crowder.
Good morning, David.
Yeah, so Buhari is a divisive figure, right? I saw in the newspaper they say Buhari's death divides Nigerians. Social listening on BusinessDay newspaper. What do you think?
Buhari's death divides Nigerians. So historically, if you go back to the history, or let's start from 1999 when we started this current democracy.
Yeah.
If you are looking for any leader that has divided Nigeria,
the most,
it should be Buhari. Because when Obasanjo was there, I'm not sure any tribe was crying of being marginalized.
They were, though. If you go through the newspapers,
it
wasn't as loud.
It wasn't as loud as what we have during Buhari. Even when Jonathan was there, it wasn't as loud. But Buhari administration divided Nigeria the most. So the truth is that every leader will always have the areas that have done well,
their strengths and weaknesses,
yes, and the other areas where they have done massively wrong. So as for Buhari, he did his own. But one of the things that actually mad is administration. I would say is the fact that he was trying to bring the same energy, the same mentality of the 80s, the military styles of ruling. He thought that style would still work in democracy, but it was wrong.
So let's take a pause there. Let's look at some of the data. We're on an economic show, so we'll look at some of the data. Buhari's government had an average GDP growth rate of 1.5% throughout, from 2015 up to 2023.
1.5?
GDP went on a recession twice, 2016
and 2020.
And 2020.
Yes.
Two recessions in the space of 8 years. Then, however, let's look at what are some of the goods that you can identify from his tenure as president.
The goods, right?
Yes.
So, Buhari, as I have said, maybe in oil and gas.
Yes.
I think the passing of PIA
was a massive
Petroleum Industrial Act.
Okay.
So to larger extent, it is the passing of that bill that this current administration
thrives on.
Is thriving on now.
Yes.
And from your past story that you read out to us, you said they said that the PIA now has now made Nigerian oil and gas sector
one of the most watched or
sought after.
Yes.
So that's one of his legacy. You know, if you
one of his legacy that cannot be taken away from him.
Yes. So now PIA has been in
the works.
I think Obasanjo started. He started brother Obasanjo.
Thank you very much. Thank you for making that point, because as a child,
yes,
if you are a child and used to read newspapers, you know that PIA, then PIB,
yes, Petroleum Industry Bill, yes,
was something that I think went through 3 different legislations, yes. Not even administrations. From 2002, they were always coming up with different kinds of adjustments of bills, yes. And the bill kept going and going and going.
Obasanjo left
until 2021.
Yeah, that came. He left it for them, but
Jonathan
was there too, and Buhari came on board,
and he did it, right?
Yes.
So at least Buhari was able to achieve the commercialization of
that
NNPC.
One. He did that one.
Yes.
You know, for some time now, Nigeria, we are talking about the rail system.
Yes.
He also made effort to fertilize it, but at least we now have a rail that can run from Lagos to Ibadan, from Kaduna
that runs every day
to Abuja. Yes. Then from
Warri to Itakpe.
Yes.
Itakpe to Warri.
Itakpe in both Kogi and Delta states.
Yes.
So that's one of the legacies of Buhari. Though, you know, as I have said before, some of these things, the way they are being run, might not be the acceptable way of running it globally.
Yes.
Because globally, the rail is being presently many rail system in the world is being run by the private sector. But in Nigeria, is the government.
Still.
But at least let us give him credit. At least he did something. Then I think some of the things he also got wrong, although we will be going through the bad and good together.
Yeah.
So there are some things, there are some policy missteps too during his administration. I think that was the time they were giving out from. I think they started from 2015. So giving out loans through anchor borrowing.
Anchor borrower scheme.
So this that's through CBN.
Yes.
So meaning that CBN now became, you know,
CBN now became a development bank.
Yes. CBN was supposed to be
a monetary institution.
A regulator.
Monetary regulator.
So CBN was now working as a regulator and as a development bank, giving out loans. And at the end of the day, as at 2022, if my data serves me right, yes, as at 2022, Osinbajo said that they have given out about 800 billion naira
in anchor borrower scheme.
Yes, that was the former vice president Yemi Osinbajo. So, and the data shows that some of this money that were given out, only about 20% of them have been, or 20 or 24% according to
paid back.
Yes, that they are able to recover. That they are able to recover it. Meaning that some of this money they may not be able to recover
bad loans
again. Though I think one excuse we could give to that is that some of the farmers that collected these loans to, some of them insecurities could not even make them to even use this money for farming. So you know, Buhari also closed border on us. And after the border closure,
no, let's talk about that one. So another thing I think we may identify as part of the good things he did was infrastructure.
Yes, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Yes,
Lagos-Ibadan Express.
I think he also started
Second Niger Bridge.
Yes, he also did that.
Abuja, Kaduna, Kano. Then in the oil and gas space, start of NLNG Train 7, the 7th train of the NLNG.
Yes,
and also the AKK pipeline
that will run through Ajaokuta, Kaduna, and Kano.
Yes.
So I think as of today, that project is about 72% completed. So
they've done the River Niger crossing, one of the hardest things to do, building trying to get the pipeline to cross the Niger underneath the river. So, another thing, you talked about Anchor Borrower scheme.
Yes.
I wanted to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. Anchor Borrower scheme will seem like one of those ugly parts of the entire scheme because, one, and not just Anchor Borrower scheme, also all of the intervention schemes that were introduced by the CBN under Emefiele as CBN governor. We have the power sector intervention. We have a whole bunch of these intervention schemes.
Which CBN is not supposed to be doing such?
That is why I call it the ugly part, because they say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You get, like, so some people believe that, oh, it was in. Some people till today clamor that for us to spark up the economy, that the CBN should bring back some of those intervention schemes, single-digit loans to a lot of manufacturers, to a lot of enterprises. For example, what's his name? Kunle Afolayan, the movie producer, he received about 500 million single-digit loans from the CBN to do some of the movies that he did during those periods. Not just him, a lot of people. So what's your thought on that?
I think the truth is that you cannot be running CBN like Fidelity Bank or Access Bank. So CBN
or like a or like Bank of Industry.
Bank of Industry, no. So what they ought to have done then was just allow the banks and other small banks to help you to execute some of this policy that you have in place. It's good to say you want to give out loans in a single digit or interest-free loans. Yes, they are good, but it shouldn't come from the CBN itself. CBN should delegate that duty to some of these banks to execute it, because the one the CBN did, we've seen a lot of comments from people who have said that, oh, the loans, farmers were not the one even getting the loan. It was a civil servant that were not interested in farming. They were just collecting the money, using it to buy this and that. So what are we trying to say? What we are trying to say now is that when it comes to government institutions executing government policy, you always see this kind of bureaucracy playing out, and it's always come from the civil servant. Because I'm sorry, if you have your parents in a civil service, that has made the things among the civil service. That's how they do. So if government says we want to do something now, let's say they want to give loans to school owners, the civil servant that will execute that particular policy, if they don't have schools before that time, they will go and register. What many of them will go and do is that they will go and register school and give it a name. Then they also push the school they just registered for themselves, push it to receive
loans.
Yes. So it cut across sectors like that.
So another ugly part I'm going to want to address is the part of 2020. Nigeria's lockdown saw the government pump a lot of money. So for some people, 2020 was a blessed year. And I mean blessed, I mean in the sense that a lot of people received free money in 2020. Government interventions came in handy. There's this microfinance bank that the CBN set up at the time, NISAL.
Yes, NISAL, yes.
NISAL was set up.
I think I also applied for loans through NISAL as well. So I applied, but I didn't get anything actually.
But the thing there is, NISAL came in, a lot of people got loans, but the issue now with NISAL is that a lot of people are not repaying their loans.
Let me tell you something about NISAL. You know, I told you that I applied. I think there was a time I wanted to go for my MSc, yes. So I needed close to $1 million then. So I know a particular guy in the north.
Yes.
So he's a northerner. So he now said that he can help us to get loans from NISAL. So he now told us that he sent form to us to fill the form. He now asked us to pay some money
into his account.
Yes, in order for them to be able to facilitate
the receiver.
Yes,
the loan application.
So what am I trying to say now is that many people will have paid such kind of money for facilitation of such loans, meaning that even though if you don't need that money, you don't need the loans to do anything, but for the fact that you can pay people working there to help you to facilitate such amount of money, then it means anyone who can pay the price will get the loan. Then at the end of the day, the only any reason for them was to repay back. Yes.
Because they already paid.
Yes. So
they already facilitated the loan through a third party.
Yes. So these are the issues. So you can't just the mentality of the military mentality that mostly will not work in democracy. And one thing about Buhari is that let me tell you something. Buhari is one president that has never really I'm very sorry if you are close to Buhari or maybe one of his relatives might be watching us. Buhari is a kind of man that didn't make any effort to improve himself. When in terms of intellectual
discourse.
Yes, he didn't. Look at Obasanjo. When Obasanjo was, I think after he was released from the prison,
before after military head of state, he got a degree. Between 1980 and 1979.
But at the point, Obasanjo was moving around Africa.
Yes.
Going having think tank
forums, seminars, with
policy discussions among the leaders of Africa. So Obasanjo was always everywhere about policy, and you could see the effect when he came on board.
President again.
Yes, because this someone that has been everywhere, learning, discussing policies, learning about issues. So Buhari didn't do the same. After his military stuff, he was just in his house.
And he became PTF, and he became a PTF president again or something.
After those
chairman.
Things, after those things, Buhari retired back to his home. He didn't go anywhere. He was just there contesting,
in Kaduna, contesting to become president.
Yes, but when he now got the power, they could not do anything with it. They couldn't do so much with that power.
We are moving to his time as president. Bad part. So now here's under Buhari's over 9 years as Nigeria's president. We are talking of military plus civilian rule.
Yes.
Nigeria experienced 3 recessions. The only president to give Nigeria 3 recessions in 9 years. So that means Nigeria was going through an average of 1 recession every 3 years Buhari was in charge. Then for subsidies, the government spent more money on subsidies than we spent ever in history since the beginning of subsidies.
Over
12 trillion on subsidies. Then we had this arbitrage situation, like what happened under Abacha. What happened under Buhari was synonymous with what happened under Abacha, where the exchange rate, black market rate, and official rates, the disparity was terrible.
So much.
And people were just minting free cash by selling money. Then we'll talk about the currency swap. What happened in 2023? I think that's the one that plays out in the head of most. Is it 2023 or 2022?
What do you mean by currency swap?
I'm talking about the currency redesign.
Oh, that's true.
Currency redesign.
That's one of the bad parts. A lot of people died because they could not get cash to pay their medical bills.
That was in 2022, I believe.
No, it should be 2023. No.
2022. It was 2022.
It was between 2022 and 2023.
It was 2022.
When we were preparing for 2023 election.
Yes.
So that's what when we started this discussion, I told you that this man was bringing the military mentality into a democratic
dispensation.
Yes, which was totally wrong. See, military, they rule by decree. They can say, today, nobody should go out.
And nobody
goes out. But when in other democracies, they don't do that. So they just wake up one day, they say they want to redesign Naira. See, the truth is that there's nothing actually wrong when you want to redesign Naira, but you have to plan for it, face it. Yeah, it has been a phase.
Yes, it has to be a phased project.
Yes, not that you just wake up and say that within the next 3 months, though, we want to take old currency and bring out new ones. So, and it's one of the reasons why we even had all sort of stuff in the economy. Imagine, he was able to grow economy.
That particular thing led to another spike of inflation. between 2022 and 2023.
That's why inflation there. When there was total ban on land borders too, inflation also spiked. So you can see that some of these policies. So now Imagine if as a government, if you want to ban importation of goods or of food, it means that you have made necessary necessary arrangements for food productions in your country. But we didn't do that. Imagine you said that they should not import rice anymore. They should not do that. So, and the real structural problems in that was preventing the farmers from farming, or that was preventing them from increasing yield. You didn't solve the problem, but they were busy sharing cash. You know, at the point we're having rice pyramids in Abuja. I don't know whether you can remember that.
I remember now, the rice
maybe
pyramids of
2022
Abuja.
or so. Imagine rice pyramids. For what? And information even got to us that some of those rice that were displayed in Abuja as rice pyramids, they imported some of those rice because the local rice was not sufficient enough to meet up with what they wanted to do.
Okay, we have run out of time on this conversation of Buhari, the good and the bad. So thank you so much for joining us, Crowder. Thank you. So our guests, we'll see again on Friday. Have a lovely morning, and this is Economy and Market. I'm David Olujimi.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services.
The BusinessDay TV news at noon. I am Destiny Momo, Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Let's see what's making headlines. Nigeria's oil output soars above OPEC quota, and over 420 federal roads complete or in progress, according to the federal government. Dangote tasked wealthy Nigerians to invest at home. Russia unleashed drones, missiles on Ukraine, defying Trump warning. Table tennis titans clash in Lagos at ITTF Africa Champions. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country's average daily crude production rose above the quota allocated to it by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries in June 2025. According to a report by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, this marks the second time in 2025 the country exceeded its OPEC quota of 1.5 million barrels per day, first in January and second in June. The report shows that the country's average daily crude production was at over 1.5 million barrels, representing 100.4% of the OPEC quota. Oil production, including crude and condensate, was approximately 1.7 million barrels per day, marking an improvement in crude production when compared to the previous month. Moving on, the federal government has revealed that over 420 federal roads, bridges, and other infrastructure projects have either been completed or significantly advanced under the administration of President Bola Tinubu within 2 years already spent in office. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Works, Barinada Piggy, made these disclosures in a goodwill message delivered at the opening ceremony of the 33rd Engineering Assembly organized by the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria on Tuesday in Abuja. Piggy hailed engineers as indispensable drivers of Nigerian development, noting that their work forms the backbone of the country's economic growth, infrastructure, expansion, and industrial advancement. The senator added Nigerian engineers are not merely technical experts, but strategic nation builders who deserve a central role in policy making. The committee chairman, however, raised concern over the rise in engineering-related failures, including collapsed buildings and deteriorating road infrastructure, attributing many of the incidents to poor compliance with professional standards. To end the local news, President and Chief Executive of Dangote Industries Limited, Aliko Dangote, has urged wealthy Nigerians to invest in their homeland, describing it as the only way to build the nation. Dangote emphasized that there is no alternative route to genuine growth and development without significant domestic investment. The CEO criticized the tendency for African wealth to be exported and stashed abroad, calling on the continent's entrepreneurs and affluent individuals to invest at home. According to Dangote, Africa truly needs bold, transformative projects capable of addressing its long-standing socio-economic challenges, particularly job creation for its growing population. And now moving on to the foreign scene, Russian President Vladimir Putin has defied Donald Trump's ultimatum, unleashing a fresh blaze on Ukraine. The bombing came just hours after the U.S. president warned the Russian tyrant of devastating sanctions and a flood of NATO weaponry unless Moscow agrees to peace in 50 days. The Kremlin hit back with chilling threats and another deadly wave of attacks across war-ravaged Ukrainian cities from Kharkiv to Zaporizhzhia and Sumy. The Russian drones reportedly targeted a university in Sumy Oblast, injuring 6 people, including a 19-year-old student and 14-year-old girl. Authorities, however, revealed that the strike left about 5 people killed, while 53 were wounded in 24 hours. And now to end the news, the battle for regional table tennis supremacy kicks off today, 16th July, at Teslim Balogun Stadium, Lagos, as top nations gather for the 2025 ITTF Africa West Regional Championships. The tournament will serve as a qualifier for the African Championships later this year in Kigali, Rwanda. And we'll see host nation Nigeria face off against West Africa's finest in team and singles events over 4 days. While Nigeria has long dominated the region, Togo's shocking 3-2 win over Nigeria's men's team in 2024 have added intensity to this year's competition. Nigeria's men's squad features heavy hitters like Matthew Kuti, Taiwo Mati, Muiz Adegoke, Abdul Basit, Abdul Fatai, and Matthew Fabumi, who will face stiff competition from the Togo team led by US-based veteran Kokufani. And this is where we wrap it up this morning on Business Day TV News at noon. I am Destiny Mama. Keep watching Business Day TV. Good afternoon.
The nation bids farewell to one of its most defining figures, a man who served his country through its tumultuous decades, both in uniform and in civil garb. Former President Muhammadu Buhari, a titan of Nigerian politics, has passed away at age 82. His departure marks the end of an era, leaving behind a legacy as complex as the nation he devoted his life to serving. Born on December 17, 1942 in Daura, Katsina State, Muhammadu Buhari's early life was steeped in the rich cultural heritage of northern Nigeria. Losing his father at a young age, he was raised by his mother, a testament to his strong grounding and resilience. His path to leadership began not in the political arena, but in the disciplined world of the military. From his initial training at the Nigerian Military Training College in Kaduna to further studies in England, India, and the United States, Buhari quickly distinguished himself as a dedicated and principled officer. His formative years in the military instilled in him a profound sense of duty, discipline, and an unyielding commitment to country, qualities that would come to define his public life. Buhari's military career was marked by significant appointments and a reputation for incorruptibility. He held various command and staff positions, including military secretary, military governor of the northern eastern state, now Borno, and Federal Commissioner for Petroleum Resources, where he also served as the chairman of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC. These roles gave him an intimate understanding of Nigeria's vast resources and challenges of governance. His ascent to the pinnacle of power first came in 1983, when he emerged as military head of state after a coup. His regime launched the War Against Indiscipline, a national campaign aimed at instilling order, patriotism, and accountability in Nigerian society. While controversial in its methods, it underscored his deep-seated belief in a disciplined and corrupt-free nation. Decades later, after a period in civilian life and several attempts at the presidency, Muhammadu Buhari returned to lead Nigeria, this time as a democratically elected president in 2015. His victory Propelled by a widespread desire for change and his reputation as an anti-corruption crusader, was a watershed moment in Nigeria's democratic history. He served 2 terms, from 2015 to 2023, navigating a complex landscape of security challenges, economic fluctuations, and the ongoing fight against corruption. Muhammadu Buhari's life was undeniably dedicated to Nigeria. Beyond the titles and position, he was a man often described as Spartan in his lifestyle, known for his personal integrity and unwavering principles. He championed the fight against corruption, sought to improve national security, particularly against the Boko Haram insurgency, and embarked on ambitious infrastructure development projects. His tenure was not without its challenges and criticism, as in often the case with leadership in a diverse and complex nation like Nigeria. Yet, even his detractors often acknowledged his commitment to what he believed was right for Nigeria. He was a leader who inspired strong opinions, a testament to the depth of his convictions and the impact he had on the national psyche. So today, as we reflect on his life, we remember a man who at every turn sought to shape Nigeria according to his vision of discipline, integrity, and national progress. His passing leaves a void in the political landscape, but his influence will undoubtedly continue to resonate in the annals of Nigerian history. Muhammadu Buhari, a soldier, a statesman, a president. May his soul rest in peace.
Welcome to Today in History on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane on some of the events that occurred on this day, July 16th.
On this day in 1995, Amazon opened up for business by launching its website as an online bookseller, selling the world's largest collection of books to anyone with World Wide Web access. Within 2 months of its opening, Amazon sales were up to $20,000 per week. Amazon issued its initial public offer of capital stock on May 15, 1997 at $18 per share on the Nasdaq Stock Exchange under the symbol AMZN. And on this day in 1997, the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed above 8,000 for the first time. Dow Jones Industrial Average, DJA for short, is also known as Dow Jones or simply the Dow. It is one of the oldest and most commonly followed equity indices. Unlike other common indexes like Nasdaq and S&P 500, it uses market capitalization. Also, on this day in 1998, the IMF and Russia came to an agreement for a $17.1 billion rescue package to support the country's struggling economy. There had been a sharp fall in export earnings by some 11% year-on-year in the first half of 1998, and this had a major impact on Russia's external and fiscal balances. The tightening of fiscal policy squeezed the economy further, and as early as the second quarter of 1998, economic decline resumed. This package was aimed at stabilizing the Russian economy amidst a period of significant economic hardship. The funds were intended to support economic reforms and swap short-term debt for longer-term bonds. And finally, on this day in 2005, the sixth book in the Harry Potter series by J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, was published. Over 9 million copies were sold in 24 hours. In 2008, Forbes named Rowling the world's highest paid author. Her UK sales total in excess of £238 million, which made her the best-selling living author in Britain until 2025, when she was replaced by Julia Donaldson. J.K. Rowling is estimated to worth about $1 billion.
And that is where we wrap it up today in history on BDTV. I am Norma Obona.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Inside Politics. I'm in your Bonky Walk. Last week, the 10th National Assembly began the process to amend the 1999 Constitution, with the public hearing in 6 regions across the country. Report from the public hearing shows that clamor for more states, local government, special state for women, state police, top demands from Nigerians. In Lagos, the public hearing was held in Ikeja. Speaking at the event, Benga Daniel, senator representing Ogun East, made a case for the creation of Ijebu State. Daniel said the Ijebu axis of Ogun State was the only province of the old province that had not been made a state. Meanwhile, the leadership of the parliament have challenged all stakeholders. Welcome to Inside Politics. I'm in your Bonky Walk. Last week, the 10th National Assembly began the process to amend the 1999 Constitution, with the public hearing in 6 regions across the country. Report from the public hearing shows that clamor for more states, local government, special state for women, state police, top demands from Nigerians. In Lagos, the public hearing was held in Ikeja. Speaking at the event, Benga Daniel, senator representing Ogun East, made a case for the creation of Ijebu State. Daniel said the Ijebu axis of Ogun State was the only province of the old province that had not been made a state. Meanwhile, the leadership of the parliament have challenged all stakeholders with a special request to engage and lobby their state assembly, noting that the National Assembly cannot successfully review the 1999 Constitution without the approval. Joining me to discuss the Constitution amendment process and the issues that arise over in the course of all this, I'm being joined by a barrister, Ajibola Oduwole. Good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Yeah, good afternoon, viewers. Good afternoon, BDTV. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good to have you. And the process to amend the constitution is on again. We know the 9th Assembly started that process and nothing much came out of that. But the 10th National Assembly is also started the process again. Public hearing I had last week. What is your take on the process to amend the 1999 Constitution again? A lot of people have actually said this is a jamboree, nothing will come out of it. What is your view?
Yeah, thank you very much. The powers to amend our constitution is derived from Section 9 of the 1999 Constitution as amended.
Yes.
And the fact that the National Assembly is taking that initiative shows that democracy is growing and thriving. But the process of constitutional amendment is quite cumbersome because both chambers of the National Assembly, that's the Senate and the House of Rep, must have 2/3 concurrence before, after which the amendment will now be transmitted to the state assemblies.
Yes.
We also, we also need to get 2/3 of those state assemblies before those amendments can go through. So that's what I mean by it is cumbersome. And of course, this is an opportunity for people with genuine grievances or agitations or whatever to come forward and make their case.
Yes.
So that if it can become part of the new constitutional amendment process.
From reports from the public hearing that was held shows that the clamor for state police, special seats for women, more local government, constitutional rule for traditional rulers, those are the issues that have dominated what Nigerians want. What is your take in that? A lot of people feel that creation of state should not be the priority now, that even the ones that we have are not viable. How do you react to that?
The clamor for creation of more states seems to be a delicate one, as in, if you look at the Southeast, for example, they have said they have the least number of states and that they deserve to get at least another state.
Yes.
And also, if you look at somewhere like Ijebu, which was a province under the colonial era.
Yes.
Till today, Ijebu is the only province under the colonial era that still do not have a state. Yes, those concerns and others are genuine, and I think they should be looked into. Of course, we cannot just brush aside the viability of our states and others because, truly speaking, states must be viable. It's not a case of states or governors running to
Abuja to get allocation before they can survive. And we know that this is despite the fact that most of these states have enough potentials. If you really practice a true federalism, if they can tap into their potentials and actually just like what we have in the First Republic. But what we have seen in the last few decades is that a lot of them actually depend on what they get from Abuja. And after that, they just sit down, fall back, just waiting for the next allocation to come. And we've seen how most of these states are.
Yes, which is not really good or encouraging. So, if we are creating states that are not viable, we might be creating more burden for the federal government, which we don't want at this time.
Okay, but what about I mean, many stakeholders say the talk should be about restructuring of the country. Do you agree that we need to restructure, practice true federalism? Now, those are supposed to be the issue that should dominate the discussion, or the national. That is what the National Assembly should try to do. Amend the process. Let's practice true federalism, or probably let's go back to the parliamentary system of government. What is your take on that?
Well, restructuring is a very technical word depending on who you speak to. What restructuring means to you might mean something different to me, and it depends on who you talk to. Creation of state police is restructuring. Judicial autonomy is restructuring. Giving autonomy to the local government is restructuring. So it depends on who you talk to and what the person has in mind. So that is what we call restructuring. So, and I'm not sure everybody agrees on what restructuring is. And restructuring is not just a one-size-fits-all. Different part of it can be accommodated in the constitutional amendment process.
Well, but this administration, I've said in the past that they are keen on state police, but we've seen that in recent time they seem to have we are hearing different tune, and the administration seem to have put that issue to not, it's not a priority anymore. How desirable, and considering the security challenge that we face in the country now, how desirable is state police?
Well, on the issue of state police, I think what we need to remind ourselves as Nigerians, especially the younger ones amongst us, state police is not something new to the Nigerian state. It's something we have practiced before.
Okay.
In the First Republic, and if we need to go back to state police, because sometimes it's not just about amendment or about laws. We must look back and say, when we had this state police in the past, what went wrong, why was it jettisoned, what improvement can we make? So, for me, it's not just about state police. or is about whatever we intend to do is about making it work for the collective good of the citizens.
What about special seats for women being clamored for?
Yes, that is a very good one in my opinion.
In the
because
parliament.
our women need to be encouraged because if you even in terms of career progression and all that, they should be encouraged because anywhere you go in the world, there is something called discrimination. Positive discrimination allows people maybe from lower ethnic backgrounds that are not really advantaged to come to the fore and take positions like that. So the same thing can apply to special seats for women.
A lot of people have actually applauded that because during the fact, considering what we've seen in the last 1 and a half decade, there have been a decline in the number of women elected into the parliament, and even those number of women who are contesting election candidates have dropped over the last 1.5 decade compared to what we saw in 1999. Despite the fact that the population of men and women are almost as equal, and even if you say women are even involved in the electoral process, you see them more during the campaigns. You see them, but why is that? But due to the process, winning election, you know, has become more difficult in the country. That is why we are not seeing much of them elected because of the money involved, violence, and all this.
Yes, that's why we need to encourage our women because, truth be told, we demand so much of them, from them. We want them to be good wives, we want them to be good mothers, we want them to be good homemakers, and still we want we demand so much from them at work as well in terms of career advancement and all that. So there is no way they can be juggling all this and still be at the forefront of politics. So we must make concessions for them to be able to thrive in the political space.
So how do a lot of people like say this process just a jamboree and nothing will come out of it? Do you think this process should? Before I ask you what are the issues you think, what are the germane issues you think we should be talking about? Do you really think this process, some people have said this is just a waste of money, waste of exercise? We saw the protests in Akwa Ibom where some people, the BBO said they were being carved into the proposed Obolo state, and they were not carried along in the process, and that their communities they want to take them into the proposed Obolo state, and they were not carried along, they were not consulted. All this, do you think this amendment is possible, and National Assembly is serious in what they are in this? Is it a jamboree exercise?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ini. Personally, I don't think it's a jamboree. The National Assembly is made up of representatives of the people, and the process of constitutional amendment has been strictly outlined, and that process must be followed through. So, as we are talking to our representative in the National Assembly, we should also be talking to our representative in the State House of Assembly. Is not everything, because most times as Nigerians we are too focused on who the president is and who the president is not, while forgetting other elected representatives of the people. And like the protest you talked about in Akwa Ibom, it's good they are coming out because it means at least they are showing their displeasure about what is going on, and I trust that the National Assembly will look at their case, and if there is need to review, it will be done. And of course, that is why we have a public hearing and all that, so that the people can come forward and state their grievances. At least it's very well that the people are not sleeping. They want to be part of the process. They are being part of the process. So that is what will eventually make it a people-centered amendment.
What in your we're rounding up now. In your opinion, what are the issues you think are germane that should be part of the constitution? If we are to amend this constitution, these are the issues that should be there.
Of course, for me, we must think. We must take a look again at our policing system. Whether it is state police, whether it is community policing, we must. The present policing system seems not to be working, or it's making security so difficult to look into. So it's something we must look at. And the issue of creation of states is also something we need to look at. It's not something we should just push aside. But again, the viability of states must not be ignored. States both that have been created and states that intend to be created must be viable.
Okay. New constitution. People said, lawyers like you or some political analysts have said, what we need is a new constitution. That this constitution have amended in the past, and some of these issues are still there. That what you need is a new constitution and not even an amendment. Finally, how do you react to that?
I've heard so much about that, but I don't. In practice, I don't know how that works or how that will work. I've even had that position from legal luminaries.
Yes.
In the process where we are waiting for the new constitution, what constitution will be our transition constitution in the meantime? For me, whether we scrap the constitution, whether we amend, whatever it is the input of the people that matters. And for me, if you are saying we are scrapping the constitution, who are the people that will come around to put the new constitution in place? What will be the process of selecting?
They say this constitution was enacted by, was set up by the military, was written by the military, that it favors them, that does not address some of the issues that affect the everyday Nigerians. And those are the arguments.
Yes, they are correct in that regard. But at the same time, we have had several attempts at amending it. The people who are trying to amend it were elected by the people, and the public hearing and everything involves the people as well. So, for me, whatever we want, we should be able to get it.
All right.
Of course, we are saying that the people we have elected to represent us are not carrying out our interests.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the program for today. We'll be looking at the process to amend the 1999 Constitution by the National Assembly. I've been speaking with Ajibola Oduwole. Thanks, sir, for being on the program. We take a short break. When we come back, we discuss the coalition, chances against the APC in 2027. I'll be joined by a political analyst from Port Harcourt. I'm still watching Inside Politics on BDTV. Nigeria's opposition leaders have joined a new political party to challenge President Bola Tinubu and his ruling party in the 2027 general election. Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, El-Rufai, among others, have chosen the African Democratic Congress as their new political home. After breaking away from the respective parties, the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party. This coalition is seen as one of the greatest shake-up in Nigerian politics since the end of the military rule in 1999. Several political heavyweights from the All Progressive Congress have also thrown their weight behind this formation. But in recent days, discussion have centered around who will pick the ADC presidential tickets. Obi has said he's not ready to be a running mate to anyone. And Atiku has said, let us go to the primary. He said he doesn't want to hear the issue of say step down for a Southern candidate. Let us go to the candidate primary, and whoever emerge should be the ADC presidential candidate 2027. Joining us to discuss this several issues he's been joined by Olalekan Ige, political analyst from Rivers State, Port Harcourt. He's joining us from Port Harcourt. Ige, good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Yeah, good afternoon and thanks for having me.
Good to have you. We tried previously, we couldn't have you on the program. Finally, you are here.
Oh, yes, thank God.
What is your take on the coalition itself?
Well, I think there is nothing extraordinary out of the coalition, given our recent experience at democracy. It's not the first time politicians are coming together.
Yes.
Even under the military juntas we've had in Nigeria, right from when Ibrahim Babangida was there till Sani Abacha and all of that. It's not the first time politicians from different camps, so to say, are coming together to try and put their weight behind a political party. So there's nothing extraordinary in what we are seeing. After all, the ruling All Progressives Congress came into being sometime in 2013. And if you recall, you had people from the then Action Congress of Nigeria, people from PDP, people from AMPP, people from all manner of political parties came together to form the APC in 2013. So it's not strange. It's not new.
For some people, the coalition is significant and important, and it's coming at a period where the opposition parties seem to be crumbling, and a lot of them are having internal crises. Some say it is the APC has a hand in it. To some people, it is exciting and interesting to see opposition leaders, knowing the fact that it is not all the time you see these people come together to agree to an alliance. So, for some people,
remember in 2013, different politicians from different political camps came together to form the APC. There's nothing new in one ADC or those who have decided to come together to go to ADC. Is there anything strange in what they've done? In 2013, when APC came into being, 7 PDP governors became members of the APC, 7 senators, 7 House of Rep members of diverse political parties. You had the NPDP then. You have some part of AMPP.
Yes.
You had a vast majority of Action Congress of Nigeria. You had people from all manner of political backgrounds coming together to form the APC in 2013. So what is new in what ADC is doing? There's nothing new. Atiku was one of the founding fathers of APC at a time, founding fathers of PDP in 1998. At a time he joined Action Congress. At a time he joined APC. At a time he came back to PDP. Now he's leaving PDP. Check almost all of the major political actors in the ADC. Peter Obi was once in ABGA. From ABGA, he defected to PDP. From PDP, he defected to Labour Party. From Labour Party, is doing business with ADC. What of David Mark? What of Chibuike? Rotimi Amechi. Look at almost all of the major figures that are in ADC today. They were once part of one political party or the other.
So, what is your fear looking at the composition of this key position we have come together to form ADC? What fear do you have? We know the key challenge is to they want to challenge Tinubu in 2027 to stop the election of the incumbents. What is your fear? There have been analysts have said, oh, would they be able to put aside their political interests? We know these people, they want a lot of them want to contest, and we already seen that in the last few days the banter about who is going to be the ADC presidential ticket. Atiku coming out yesterday to say, no, I will not step down for a Southern candidate. And Peter will be saying, I must pick the clear. I'm not ready to be a running mate to anybody. What is your fear about the coalition?
There is no fear in this. All of what you are saying now have happened at other times in political parties. Remember that when APC came into being in 2013, they had the same problem. Who was going to be the flag bearer of the party? Who was going to be the presidential candidate of the party? Who was going to step down for who, or who was not going to step down for who? It's not new. All of what you are witnessing now,
what I'm saying,
they are not new. Hold on. They are not new. Even when Buhari was exiting office as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, there was massive contention inside the APC. Who was going to succeed Buhari? Eventually, I think all the contentious powers simmered at a little bit. Eventually, we had the top 3 candidates going into that primaries: Tinubu, Amechi, and the then Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. What ADC is facing at the moment is not new.
The fear is that this interest may likely divide the coalition before it even starts.
No, when you say fear, who should be afraid?
Don't you agree?
Is it Nigerians that should be afraid, or members of ADC? ADC is just one of the numerous political parties in Nigeria. Why should anybody be afraid? But it's not mandatory that they must vote for ADC in the coming election.
Which of the parties do we have? Which of the I want to disagree with you. Which of the parties do we have? Apart from APC, which of the parties do we have? We know the PDP.
In 2023, did you believe that YPP was going to win election in Nigeria? Did you believe that SDP was going to win election in Nigeria? It's a movement.
But that was then. But that was then. No. What we've seen in the last 2 years is that most of these smaller parties have they have been infiltrated by the opposition, by the ruling party, and they seem to be in crisis.
No, the challenge before ADC is to put it out in order. As of today, the only challenge before ADC is to put their house in order. Once they put their house in order, they can now begin to think of how to challenge the ruling All Progressive Congress anywhere in the world. And I underline it, anywhere in the world. It is not easy to defeat an incumbent in office. He already has an advantage over you in any country in the world, more so Nigeria. The truth is, Tinubu has the edge at the moment because he's able to hold his political party, and is almost guaranteed that Tinubu will be the presidential flag bearer of APC. So he's under less pressure to satisfy so many people that will contest the presidential primary of APC with him. The onus, the pressure is on ADC to put it out in order.
Are you worried about the structure? Many people have said that the structure of the ADC across the country, a lot of states, ADC seem not to be in existence. In Lagos here, I can't really know where their office is. Don't you think what the ADC should be doing now is about building structures? Couldn't this affect the party, the chances of against the APC in 2027?
That is why they have started early, if you ask me. They've started early in 2025. Election is still about less than 24 months away. They've started early. You've seen what has happened in some states where PDP is saying they are collapsing their structure to form ADC in their state. We've seen that in Adamawa. We've seen what happened in Benue. We've seen where other key political leaders of ADC are now going back to their states to try and hijack some kind of existing structure they have on ground. The good thing is that a sizable majority of those that are in ADC today...
Let me just ask you this. We're running up before I forget. What is your take in the current, we like call debate now? Atiku should step down for Obi. This is the turn of the South. Atiku said, "Oh, I can't step down. Let's go to open primary." Who do you think should be the candidate? Who do you think have an upper hand? Some people have said, within the North, it is only another candidate that can defeat the incumbent. What is your take in all this?
If you look at the last presidential election, there are top 2 candidates in ADC as of today. That is, if Obi is a member of ADC. Obi is yet to confirm his membership of ADC.
Okay.
Yes, the fact that he attended the meeting does not make him a member. You can be an observer at a meeting and try to explore the chances of what you can get from that party. As of today, Obi is still a member of Labour Party. He has not resigned. So until Obi arrives at ADC, only then can we begin to debate, will it be Obi, will it be Atiku? As it stands today, Atiku contested 2023, he came second. It gives him the leverage to actually argue that he should rather be the candidate of the ADC because he has the track record of what he has done. So I would rather say if ADC is looking at the candidate, then Atiku probably have the highest bargaining power.
Do you fear that do you fear the way the opposition are going, Atiku and Obi may stand, they may not agree and decide to go solo and contest against the incumbent? Don't you think this will probably affect the opposition chances and probably giving for the president, favor the president to win again?
If they decide to go their separate ways, then they're giving a huge advantage to the incumbent president. That's just it. They've given a huge advantage because we only go back to the 2023 scenario. So you can imagine, Obi had about 6-point-something million votes in 2023. Atiku had about 6-point-something million votes in 2023. It meant that if both of them had stayed together, That gave you about slightly around the region of 30 million. So let's say some people might not be happy with one of them being the running mate of the other. Remove another 3 million votes from there. It means that they could have stood an advantage in 2023. So if they run separately.
Finally, in one word, do you think Atiku should contest? This talk about Atiku contest. Should Atiku step down for Peter Obi? Should he contest?
Atiku deserves the guaranteed and fundamental human right to contest any primary. It is not the business of anybody to tell somebody who should contest and who should contest. It is a personal decision of that person if he does not want to contest. Otherwise, it is his guaranteed right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. That's been Inside Policies for this week. I've been speaking with Olalekon Ige, been looking at the coalition chances against the APC and President Bola Tinubu in 2027. Join us next week on Inside Politics. My name is Inyobong Iwok. You can follow me on Twitter. Twitter handle is there at inyobong2work.com.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good afternoon out there and welcome to bdtv Roundtable, where we discuss issues of interest to you and me in our country, Nigeria. Today, we'll be discussing two key issues: the demise of former President Muhammadu Buhari, and of course, the just concluded local government election in Lagos State. The nation was thrown into mourning on Sunday, July 13, when the news broke that Nigeria's former military ruler and civilian president has died in a London clinic. The Nigerian government has declared 7-day mourning, while the National Assembly has also suspended plenary for 1 week to honor Buhari, who is being buried in his hometown of Daura in Katsina State on Tuesday. Well, we want to wish or pray that God will receive the soul of the former president, even as we pray that God will console his immediate family and, of course, the Nigerian nation. We mourn the president, but, of course, there's always time to begin. Like even the Holy Book says, there's time to born, time to die. I think Buhari has done his best for Nigeria and has gone to have his own eternal rest. And so I have two gentlemen with me in the studio. I have the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Agomo Zebulon. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me.
I also have with me the usual man in the house, Mr. Chukwuebuka. He's been our usual guest. You are welcome, Mr. Roku.
Thanks for the egg once again.
Thank you so much for coming. Without much ado, let me start with you, Mr. Zeb. Yeah, Buhari became Nigeria's head of state in 1983 when he overthrew the civilian government of Alhaji Shehu Shagari, was the MPN then in 1983. And then, of course, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know which one to actually take now. We also saw that he was in power for maybe just 20 months or thereabout. Of course, another military ruler, Ibrahim Babangida, also overthrown. But so let me start by asking you, how will you summarize Muhammadu Buhari's, in the overall, his impact in the political landscape, and of course his military, career?
Yeah, thank you so very much. First, I would like to say condolences to the immediate family of the late President Muhammadu Buhari, and of course to the chief mourner, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and to general populace for the great loss. Buhari, I can say, was one of the greatest beneficiaries in the country in terms of what he became in life. A country of 2 million people. Someone had the privilege of ruling that country twice.
2 times. Yeah.
First, as a military ruler, and secondly, as a civilian ruler. It's a no mean feat.
Yes.
To that extent, I can say that he deserves our praise, and he deserves our thanksgiving, because he has really acquitted himself. As you started in your opening remarks, you said the Holy Scripture said there are times to born and times to die, and the bell has tolled for him this time.
Yeah.
So, having said that, I also commend the late President Buhari for being able to really switch. You know, as a military head of state who was brought up in what he knew as a military man was just dishing out orders, command, and which must be obeyed. So if he said, carry this house, the lesser officer will say, your wish will be my command. So your command will be my wish. That was the language in the military. But for him now to succumb to the bureaucratic nature of civilian administration is a thing to also commend him for, because he now had to give himself to all the exigencies, all the filing and all that were not his usual self, that was not part of his training and the military, where he undertook a lot of courses to become what he became in that sector. So to that extent, I can say that he needs to be praised, he needs to be commended for having that shift. Whatever anyone could say today, he played his role as a military head of state, even though the jury is still yet out on what transpired then, because we believe that he brought decorum into society,
discipline,
with discipline,
yes,
with his
war against indiscipline.
Even though many people today believe that was bettered by the late General Tunde Diabo, but who was the subordinate. But of course, a subordinate couldn't have done anything without the express
permission,
free hand or the permission of his boss. So to that extent also, I can say that he impacted positively on the psyche of Nigerians. What many people remember so vividly today are the last 8 years of his administration, what happened and what did not happen. And I think we are coming to that in the course of this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Zeb. Juka, let me come to you. What would you say? What would you say were the defining things for you when looking at Buhari back in 1983, 85, within that short period that he was in power? You know, before we come to his civilian administration that lasted 2015 to 2023, let's still a bit look at what stood out for you when he came to power in 1983 to 85.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Let me also share in the pain of Nigerians for the death of their former president. No matter who Buhari was, of course, he's a human being that has died. And naturally would always express grief
over that days. Even though Buhari can be described as a man with a cat with 9 lives, because severally was rumored to have died when he was still in power. Eventually, he was able to come out even stronger and lasted till the last 2 days when it pleased God to take him. So, it's my condolences to his immediate family, particularly and to Nigerians as a whole. When Buhari was military head of state, we were still young boys, secondary school then, but not old enough to. We are old enough to understand some of the things that were happening.
Yes.
I could recall that when Buhari came in, Nigeria as a society was almost at the brink of collapse in terms of lawlessness. And that was why somebody said that Nigeria was defined by executive lawlessness, which was exhibited by the politicians of that era. So when Buhari came, of course he came because he could not, by his nature as a military, as a soldier, who actually would always want order, would always like discipline wherever he finds himself. And that was how the idea of Kai was born.
War against
discipline was born. And of course, everybody had the heat of that particular program, where we will see, I remember one day in Onitsha, late evening like that, and they said there was no movement. And one man came with his, pass with his, what do you call it? Mrs. card in those days.
Yes.
What the young soldiers on the road did that day was just to ask the man to come with his, because there was sanitation. Open your boot, the boot of a Mrs. car then. And all the dead that were removed from the gutter were packed into the boot of that Mrs. car. So that was how far they could go. But you know that in Nigeria, when there is a law, for instance, or an order, those who are enforcing that normally go extra mile, to go beyond what the law is supposed to achieve. And that was what we saw that time. I can also remember on the economic front, Buhari saw that there was a lot of money being stolen and taken away outside the country. And that was how the idea of changing the currency in 1984 was born. I personally nearly lost my life in the course of trying to change my father's money or deposit my father's money in the bank in those days. People nearly squeezed life out of me because it was a struggle. You remember there was a timeline.
There was a time, yes.
Deposit your money
or you lose it. Yes.
And of course, so many people lost their money because many didn't have bank accounts. My dad, for instance, didn't have bank account, but I had 2 elder brothers who had the bank. They were working. So I had to deposit money here, deposit money. Both of them were in school there, unfortunately. And then I was the only one around running that errand. So to an extent, I think one could give Buhari a pass mark for always trying, especially during his military time, to instill discipline in a very lawless society. But the truth, however, remember, he always did what he did with the bitterness. And that was why people his policies were never welcome by the generation of the people. But you know, he meant well when it comes to the idea of instilling discipline in society and then making us behave as if we are another society.
Don't forget also, you have mentioned economy. Don't forget that there was economic recession during his regime, the first recession we had under him. As a civilian president, we had 2 under him. So it shows that he was not a very good manager, economic manager. So, which was why when he brought in some specialists like Bismarck and some others, we thought that Nigerians were going to see great things. Unfortunately,
we didn't get to see such.
Okay, so you are already speaking. Yeah, you are already speaking about his second coming in 2015.
Sorry,
but let's even look at
his first time.
Yes.
First time
That was actually defined by serious hardship
and corruption. Also.
Whether you are talking about social life of the people, it was hard. Talking about economic life of the people, it was also hard. There was never a time that Buhari's regime brought any relief for Nigerians. Whatever we gained from his war against discipline by instilling discipline was lost by especially that singular act of ordering the change of the naira. Which was also done
before the 2023 election.
I don't know what to define Buhari's legacy, but we'll be there.
So I mean that was the first phase of Buhari as a military leader. So let's come to 2015. But again, before coming to 2015, there's something that Buhari tried so much to become president after after he was ousted by Babangida, and he tried to become president, civilian president. He tried 2003, 2007, 2011, and so eventually succeeded in 2015 because of the merger of his party, CPC, AC, and of course part of the Afghan. So I want to ask you, Zeb, how will you look at Buhari's administration as a civilian president? Let's look at what do you think gave him the success in 2015? After trying 3 times and failed.
And failing 3 times.
Yeah, thank you. I think Buhari enjoyed a cult-like followership in the North. He was seen as someone who cannot make mistake, infallible by a number of people in the North. They saw him as integrity personified. They saw him as, in fact, just an excellent figure. The North understand the politics of Nigeria. And with that court following, permit me also to say that because of lack of education in that part of the country, many people do not sit down to analyze what is good for them and what is not good for them. You can say it's a blind following. People are saying, okay, this man, wherever he goes, we'll go with him. There we are. So there is people we are willing to vote. It is being said that Buhari had 12 million votes
already
kept for him, whatever that means. And that's what the CPC people always trumpet, that Buhari as a person had that vote, number of votes kept. Whatever, and that is also the problem that is breeding between ACN block and CPC block now, that they say already that this man had this and that what these people brought was about few million votes to get to what he got. So what I want to say is that given the kind of politics that is being played in Nigeria, the Northerners believe in him. What do they call them? The Talakawas believe in him. Anytime he steps out, they see him as the leader, political leader of the North. That integrity they associated him with really helped him to get whatever it, and also put side by side. He contested in 2011. He contested with
Jonathan, against Jonathan.
No, 2011. Atiku Abubakar, the primary.
Okay, the primaries.
The primary because that time was this. Atiku went to contest under APC.
Yes.
In Lagos, where they held their primaries, and he defeated that coup.
That was 2014.
Under ACN.
Yeah.
So not 2014 now. It's 2014, this man, was it ACN, where they held the...
TBS.
At TBS. So it was that followership he was enjoying that made him to be seen. Many people, some people voted for him because in 2015, people have started losing confidence in the APC government, represented by Jonathan.
No, PDP, not
PDP. In PDP government represented by Jonathan. So people believed that this man could do something better for Nigeria. Yeah. And that was why Nigerians rallied around him and gave him a massive vote that made him to win Jonathan. Because at the time Jonathan went into the election already, I think he has lost a lot of support from Nigerians. As a person, give it to him, on the face value, President Buhari was a man that people could say, yes, this person is not after money. He's not after things of this world and all that. So people believe that he was not going to steal their money, public fund, unlike what has been happening. Yeah. So that was some of the things that gave him the massive support he enjoyed from Nigerians. So whether he squandered that goodwill by Nigerians, well, it's left to be seen.
Yeah, exactly. The question I want to ask you, Mr. Roko, like he said, there was this trust. You may call it blind trust, I don't know, but people just believe that Buhari was a man of integrity, a man who is not corrupt, a man that his image, people believe that when he comes in, that he will be able to change a lot of things, even including insecurity, because you recall the issue of insecurity was beginning to really take a toll on the nation while Jonathan was in. So people actually believe, one, with his military background as a general, and secondly for the fact that he's a man of integrity, because there was also this notion that some of the issue around insecurity was as a result of people not being sincere. There was issue about maybe arms bought for the military. Some of those things were being, or people were being sold, and there's an issue around still corruption and all of that. So I don't know. I'm going to ask you, what that expectation, did Buhari meet that expectation when eventually became the president after being voted?
Let me build on what Zebron has said earlier. If Buhari won the election, it was perhaps on three planks. The followership he enjoyed from this part of the country. The other one was the trust deficit that Nigerians now had in the existing, that is Jonathan administration. And then whatever it is that the Bola Tinubu brought to bear on that election. Because if Buhari had tried and failed to become Nigerian president 3 times, and then somebody from somewhere now came and said, oh, come and join me, we will make this happen. It means whatever contribution that person made, it was quite significant and cannot be wished away. But at the time they were going to the polls, Jonathan was almost like just a schoolboy. Nigerians needed just anybody, but not Jonathan.
Exactly.
Across
geopolitical zones.
Whether you are talking about the technocrats, talking about the political class, talking about even students, even the market women needed somebody that was not Jonathan. Because the 16 years of PDP on the saddle was diminishing, his effect was diminishing as the years passed by. We see executive recklessness, the executive lawlessness, we saw legislative impunity and rascality. A lot of things were just not going on well. Plus the fact that Jonathan seemed to have lost grip of the country as at the time this election was coming up. So a lot of things played out to give Buhari that victory. But to ask whether the expectation was met, or it was a great expectation, so to speak. What
it was
Charles Dickens called great expectations.
Great expectation,
yes. Because you are expecting to see a pregnant woman is just expecting the bouncing baby boy. At the end of the day, it becomes a stillbirth. You can see the level of disappointment.
Yes.
After 9 months of pain, 9 months of discomfort, you deliver a stillbirth, a child that is lifeless baby. It can be traumatic. It can be, nothing can equal the kind of disappointment Nigerians had. And the fact that Buhari was not just because he didn't do this kind of things Nigerians expected, especially fighting corruption, fighting insecurity as a military officer, he became docile. He was just there, watching a lot of funny things happening under his watch. So, talk about expectation, it was a great one. Like the kind we had in Charles Dickens' Great Expectations.
But so I come to you, Mr. Were those expectations met? I mean, I want to ask, because you said, yeah, there was this expectation that once Buhari come in as a man of integrity, a former military general, who even fought in the Nigerian Civil War. So there's this coming with that background of a general that would tame the insecurity that was already brewing under Jonathan. I don't know. Will you say under him that expectation of taming insecurity was met?
Well, let's start from the ground lost after his inauguration. Remember that he never constituted his cabinet until after 6 months after he was sworn into office. And that Nigeria paid for it. This was a president that was being expected, that was expected to hit the ground running, as they always say. Economy-wise, social-wise, political-wise, everything was at standstill, and things started degenerating. Now, if you talk about insecurity, the person of Buhari did not help Nigeria. Let's face the fact. The Boko Haram issue, people were beholding his face, even to the point that when soldiers were sent to fight them,
they were defeated.
They were beholding the face, the body language of the president, whether he would like it or not, because at that time it was assumed that President Buhari was even against fighting those people, and when people were fighting them, he said people were killing their people, the Northerners. So it created confusion. Those who were supposed to go head on with these people were reluctant to do so. The herdsmen, you knew what happened at that time, that when people wanted to go against them, they were afraid, because the then president was seen as their patron.
Yes.
Nobody could fight them. You had the fight, you knew the level of fight he had with Sam Autumn, the former governor of Benue State. So who called him out, who accused him of sponsoring the carnage in Benue State. So Buhari never fought insecurity. He was just sit down, look all through, and things, people were dying, people were being killed. So no president, if it is on that plank alone, Nigerians shouldn't even bother to even give him any state burial, because the human waste, the human carnage that happened under his watch was unfortunate.
Quite unfortunate.
Quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
So, we wouldn't be where we are today if Buhari really had done come to the service chiefs he appointed. Allegedly, some of them were helping themselves with the budget to fight these insurgents and others, and also to acquire military hardware to fight.
Okay, so thank you. As we begin to wrap up, just in a few seconds, Chuka, what will you say as Buhari is being buried? He's being given state burial in Daura, his hometown, on Tuesday. The body, we are told, has arrived, and then he's being committed, will be buried on Tuesday. So I want to ask you, what will you say are the legacies that Buhari has left in?
Well, from the part of the country where I come, we say we don't talk ill about the dead. So to that extent, I would say that Buhari, perhaps he came, he saw, whether he conquered is a matter for debate. But you're talking about legacy as far as Buhari is concerned. He may have done one or two things positively, but overall, Buhari left a legacy of pain for Nigerians. Where we are looking at the economy, people suffered more under Buhari. Why we are not talking more about Buhari's pain at this time that has died? Because we are having a worse government than his. If, for instance, the present government were better in terms of economic policies or whatever they are doing, the pain of Buhari, what Buhari's government inflicted on us, whether as civilian or military government, whichever one you are looking at, the pain actually outweighed whatever gain we had during his tenure.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. As we wrap up this afternoon on the BDTV Roundtable, I want to thank you, gentlemen, for being with me this afternoon. Thank you so very much. And that's a wrap for us on BDTV Roundtable this afternoon. My name is Joshua Bassi. Thank you for watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.